All good. Alrighty, welcome to a annual plan workshop 3. It's exciting, isn't it? How many sequels will there be? It's up to us, is it? Exciting stuff. We'll again whip around the room and just do introductions. So me and Nigel, we've got Councillor Piddington as just an apology today. Councillor Burt will just be late in attending. I'll pass to you, Michelle. Oh, yes, and, sorry, and Councillor Scott is online. There you go. I can see Councillor Scott. Yep. Oh, sorry, Councillor Booth. Did I say Burt? Should we start that all again? Are we live? No. No, that's all right. Councillor Piddington, Councillor Booth late. Councillor Scott is online. Michelle.
Good morning, Councillor Pye.
Good morning, Councillor Scott Shannon.
Good morning, Councillor Gavin Oliver.
Good morning, Nigel Trainer, CEO.
Good morning, Andrea Rankin, CFO.
Good morning, Steph Ford, Corporate and Strategic Planner. Morning, I've got two.
Morena, Councillor Owen Jackson.
Good morning, Councillor Sally Parker.
Alrighty, Mr. Chief Executive, Ms. CFO. Yep, lead on.
So this workshop is on the annual plan, and Steph has some high-level slides that we'll go through. So today's programs, we're going to start looking at the capital program, which we haven't looked at previous workshops in terms of what changes have been made, and it's mainly around timing, which is something that I think all councils struggle with. They're always a lot more optimistic. The financial update, what's changed in the dollars, and then some other considerations. We've looking at fees and charges, roading, funding, and community engagement, and then whether we need to, what sort of community engagement are we required to do depending on what changes we made. So I'll let Steph take over now and get on with it.
Perfect. So for this first portion, as Nigel said, we will be focusing on the capital program, mainly looking at what has not progressed as much as we thought for this financial year, what the reforecast looks like, and also how that impacts next year and future years. So for this portion, we will probably let Nigel T do the running of this, and relevant activity managers come up and speak to any questions you may have. Yeah.
Any questions?
Make some comments. So in 24-25 we had a capital program of about I think it was about 100 million thereabouts. So obviously that is behind on a number of larger projects, being the theatre museum, because when we did the LTP the assumption was that we would be continuing with the previous scheme. We're also a little bit behind on a number of the other assets, Claremont being one of those, and some drainage and water. So we've now got a forecast there, and the forecast is 41.4 million for this year, and that has an impact on both our the timing of our depreciation and the timing of interest on any loans that we were borrowing for those. Then in the LTP financial year 2 is the one that we're concentrating on, and that had a total annual of 92.5, and that has also been amended by staff, and I haven't got that in front of me. I had it, but I haven't got it now. And then it shifts that all the way through. So I'll let the CFO explain more of that so we can get the LTP and where we're at.
So I'll just bring up what we did have. But majority of the changes are, once again, phasing of the theatre and the stadium and bringing them into year 2, essentially year 2 of the LTP. So they're the majority of the changes, and then water and roading have also moved. Some of the projects that they weren't going to expect to get done this year, they've moved those out to next year, and then it's obviously pushed on into year 4 and year 5.
Sorry, water metering, what year, without me trying to find it, that's still in there, isn't it? What line is it?
It's right down the bottom. 154 water metres, second from the bottom. It's in the 2, 3,
Ah, yeah.
oh, it'll be
Just bear with us, the computer's decided it's not going to play ball.
Needs a capital budget for a new computer.
Can I ask a question? Cool. Public transport infrastructure, it doubles, knowing that public infrastructure is just usually the bus stops, the shelters, and with My Way, they could be phasing out because not all of them are being, I'm not sure. Why are we doubling the infrastructure for public transport?
Good morning. Yes, good question. It is around the historical investment. So historically we did spend $40,000 per annum to keep them renewed and painted and in shape. Unfortunately, through this government policy statement, there has been no funding, so we've actually dropped it back for this financial year, which means we can't obviously do as much because there is no subsidy available. And so it just brings it back up to that level and hope that the government might change their investment priorities over the next couple of years.
Going to follow up on that Three Waters thing in relation to water metering. How does that Three Waters and our potential coalition and everything work with us and our strategy of doing metering? And have we got, in terms of our strategy, what has moved on for us in terms of our ability to do it with the new technology and what have you? Is that too?
Yeah, no, good. All the councils are keen on water metering, so I mean, Waimate's probably ahead of us. Don't know where Mackenzie are at, but
Mackenzie, they're ahead of us as well. They've done Twizel, Tekapo. I think they're getting through Tekapo at the moment. So it's sitting there, and it really comes down to if we do go wherever we go with the CCO or through what the boards and where they want to go with that metering as well on that front. So there's nothing in Commerce Commission pushing metering at the moment. So yeah, it's sitting there out to year 4. It is a good tool to manage our resource.
And does this 1.5 million from year 2 out to year 6, is that indicative of any new technology now looking, having an interest in it and understanding it as opposed to something that bolts onto existing infrastructure or something that has to be actually joined in?
So we've got a mix of Tobies where we can just plug these in, or there's some where they go in line. So that's a starting point to go through, and technology's moving pretty fast on this one, so we'll be able to get it through.
Magic. Thank you.
Are the other 2 councils, are they the same connections, etc., as far as their water metering? Are you aware?
Yeah, they've got a mix as well. So between the Toby with the manifold where you can screw in, or some of them they've gone with the inline where it's pretty much just cut out a section of pipe and drop it in.
Right.
Yep.
Just like to note and remind you from the LTP that this is only seed funding for water metering. The actual amount we need is around 15 million. So this is just the start.
Yeah, but we have been encouraging to get started.
Yes, that's right. It's a good start, but but it just it's not.
It's not a good start because we technically haven't started. So it's just a line item so far. So
It's a good start for year 4.
But having said that, it was kicked down the road a bit when we had the opportunity in previous years to do it, and the council decided to kick it down the road a bit, which was a shame.
What we did, we reprioritised and said Claremont was the key project, which is behind, obviously. So water metering's now behind. So let's still have a Claremont and then fast follower with, or in line with starting the water metering.
Good point.
Yeah.
I think too, we also, one of the considerations was that if we did move to a CCO, then water metering, of course, would be one of the top priority projects for a CCO in that respect. So, yeah.
Can I? It's probably for Susie actually. Just where I'm looking at unsealed road rehabilitation. I'm presuming that's grading and the likes. And why is? Can you explain why that's a capital expense rather than OPEX?
Great question. No, so there is an operational fund for grading and low-level maintenance metalling. This is the rebuild work, so this is where we effectively rebuild the pavement of the unsealed roads. So like we've got planned up on Rockwood Road, it's that type of work, yeah. So you're actually kind of building up about 100 mil of road.
That's right, effectively replacing the base course layer. So, yeah.
Probably a question for Mr. Trainer. Are the differences in this just timing, or are there things that we've decided we're not doing anymore and new things? Because I feel like we went through this with a fine-tooth comb at the LTP time, and I kind of just really want to know,
So the
are
majority.
we doing anything new or not doing something?
Majority is just timing. There have been some things that have been pulled out, and Andrew can talk to that in terms of stormwater.
Yeah, we have reduced our capital spend in a number of areas, in particular stormwater. Because we don't have the stormwater consents yet, there's no point in actually spending the money at the moment. So we anticipated we would have them, but we don't. So we've cut that all out altogether. So for the first year one, next year is business as usual, and then we will probably ramp up when we get a better idea what is actually required. Yeah.
The other one to note is in the later years we do have that the higher levels for stormwater. As the consents come in, and we know we'll find out what we've got to do to go through. So we haven't just picked up and shifted. It's just we're starting later on it, and it's an ongoing program of improvements and renewals, upgrades on that front. So it's not we've just picked up a lump sum and shifted it later. It's just once we start, then it's an ongoing program.
We've also done some reductions in the roading as well. We are, clearly NZTA aren't going to fund the level of program. It's really to do with a shift in government priorities, Under the Labor government, it was very much into the more active transports, and now it's into potholes.
Yes, correct. So we've also had a look at the bridges for the first 2 years, so sorry, this financial year and next financial year. Obviously, the changes to the funding rules from NZTA, where they have deprioritised, well, there's still an investment priority is maintaining our bridges, but unfortunately there hasn't been a corresponding income from NZTA to maintain those bridges, with 15-kilometre detours being considered accepted under their new funding rules. So we're still working through that process at the moment, so we've reduced that level of funding in the renewal space for bridges just for 2 years, which shouldn't see a level of service change in that period, but we're working very hard behind the scenes to push for that funding.
Back on stormwater, just understanding that you're waiting for consents, do you think that those consents will open up a Pandora's box in respect to some impositions they're going to put on us around water quality? And if that's the case, what does that mean in terms of are we actually adequately budgeting for those requirements?
I don't think they're going to open up a Pandora's box. The first year or two of the actual consents is a lot of monitoring to go through to actually work out what we need to go in. We've based the budgets on what we've seen around rest of the country around what they've had to spend on it. And it's also about the resourcing and acknowledging it takes time to start to do these things. It's not there's no silver bullet, and it's just how they come through and what this monitoring shows us. So the initial is actually setting up the monitoring programs, and then, we've gone for these adaptive management plans for the consents. That gives us a lot more flexibility.
Just a question around procedure. So are we just going to be doing this sort of ad hoc, just going through bits and playing musical chairs? Or are we going to start from the top and work our way through to the bottom? Is that?
It gets down to whether you want to do that. So if you look at the 92.5 is the total. If you take off Claremont, the stadium and the theatre, you're down to 52 million. That 52 million is 11 million more than we're spending this year. And basically what we're spending this year is on what I would term BAU CapEx. So what this, I believe, indicates is that we are actually just continuing to invest in our roads, our water, and some smaller stuff to the sides. So effectively, these numbers feel doable, so long as those three big ones come in. Happy to go through line by line if you want, but that will take you for some time. Or you've got this document now. You can look at that, and maybe when we come to the, we can answer any questions as you go. But if you want to, we can quickly flick those. It's up to the mayor.
Sorry, I just have one question. What was the original CapEx amount for year 2 in the LTP? And so we're still at, now we're at 92. Okay, thank you.
I've got a question just on house EQ strengthening at 1.650. Can you just clarify what the house EQ strengthening is? And I know we're doing some geotech work as well, aren't we, at the moment? So will that be affected or not?
That one's this year, and that is ag and tyre.
I've just got one more question too. Traffic service renewals, remind me what they are. Sorry, Susie, because I see it almost doubles in year 2, then drops back down year 3.
That's no problem. I'm getting my step count up today. Yes, so the traffic services renewals is your signs, but also your traffic signals and your street lighting. So the reason it is higher and then drops down is we've got the traffic signals to replace at Strathallan Corner, which we're going to make sure we align with that wider project. And we've also got work that's needing doing at Waiiti Selwyn Street as well. So,
what are wrong with the current lights at Strathallan Corner?
They are the very original lights from State Highway days.
It's when State Highway will go down the main street.
Yeah, so it's very old technology, quite patched together at the moment. You might have noticed for a while there where we had a run where we were having lots of faults. And so we don't have the visibility that we need through there. Old cables, old lights, old componentry. It's definitely time to bring it up to the new standard.
Basically no longer supported from a technology perspective, so we're having to cannibalise parts off other signals. Yeah, they've been replaced since.
Yeah, thankfully we've had some second-hand parts from Christchurch City Council.
Why do we have council building capital expenditure in twice, 250 and 251? Sorry, mate?
You did?
Oh, did you?
I did, yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
So
I thought that was the figure.
I can answer. So I can answer that. Sorry, I can answer that one for you. So Nicole, one is plant on the roof and one is the building, but we are looking to consolidate those to one line.
So the top line 250 is furniture and fittings, and the second line is plant.
Is there any further questions? Like, I don't have a lot, to be fair. It's just normal program. It's focused where we need to be focused outside of the couple of big renewals of stadium and theatre, etc. But otherwise, I think we can probably move on. To your point, Nigel, I think it's doable. It's not far off our normal capex outside of exceptions. So
if you look at the ones where you've got increases, so you've got other capital works roading, 3 million, which this year is, virtually nothing. And there's also some other lines where they've gone more or less doubled for the next year. So they're going to be the tricky ones that need to be well managed to make sure if this budget is to be met, they're done. So there's one I see it's doubled, it's gone from 2 to 4.5. There's another one, wastewater renewals, 1 to 3. That's where we come unstuck, is when we put these in here and for whatever reason the timing is not right. We don't seem to achieve it.
With the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub development, so is that the new budget based on the delegations and the budget we decided, and then the new museum, or what?
No, so the
the
budget,
original.
Yeah, so the budget that's in here is an original. In the council resolution, it was the delegation had changed, but we hadn't actually changed the budget value as such.
So should we be changing that in here, because we've got?
That
I thought we
depends, I
did
guess.
in the resolution also set a budget of 30 million.
Yeah, so 30 million.
But in here we've got 42 and a few other rats and mice going along. So I'm just trying to align what.
The current budget in here is for the museum and the theatre. So that was 30 for the theatre and 15 for the museum. So that was 45. So when you look at that, we're at 42, 43, close to 45, because I think there's another line with some equipment in it.
I think we need to get real about that though, and we need to separate out the line items. So the theatre needs to sit at the 29, because the budget is 24 up to 29, and then whatever the museum is, they need to be separated out, because they will be definitely not within this time frame. So it skews the numbers. And it also worries me that then officers think they have that much to spend, and they do not.
The resolutions from memory is that the theatre came in at 30, but I had delegation to 24, and that the museum was 15. So we're more than happy to separate those. And
yeah, I think it should, and it's 29.2.
And the timing, I suppose the timing needs another relook at. Do we think we really will spend 24.1 in the first year?
The key thing is that we're running to the date for that, to keep that subsidy, so the end date doesn't change. So, because if it's going to be bang on correct or not, it's actually probably irrelevant, but we've got to drive it forward to that end of. Yeah. So there's going to be some carryovers in those big capex, isn't there? Or undersovers.
Yeah, so the impact of this, so whatever we spend in 25, 26 won't have an impact on interest borrowings until 26, 27. If there is a timing issue, then that will impact on that timing in that following year.
If we do a lot of the capital works at the start of the year, we're still paying the interest all through that year. So how do you account for that in the budget? Because it concerns me if we've got 6, 7 or 8 months of interest on 20 million that we haven't budgeted for.
It all depends on the timing of when we do borrow it, and so depending on cash reserves. So just because we start a project and we, spend $5 million on the theatre, I wouldn't go and borrow $5 million to pay that bill. I would use the cash that we currently have, and then until such time that actually we need to borrow, then we would borrow, we might borrow a lump sum of 10 to 15 million to essentially restock it up. So we try not to borrow until such time that we need it. Yeah.
Mr. Trainer, I really appreciate Susie's cost-saving opportunities paper that she's pulled together, and I wondered if every other department was planning to do this level of detail. It's very easy to be able to pick holes then at the land transport unit when they have been so transparent in their opportunities and risks. Are the other departments going to do this level of detail that Susie has?
So every department's going through their lines. Why this paper's coming to this workshop is to decide whether you do take up these savings or not. So these savings that Susie has put forward are not budgeted savings. They're telling us that we are spending more than what we would with the NZTA and our 50%, that we are spending more. Now that needs to be a decision of council. Do you want to continue spending more given we are running a deficit?
Because my point, because when I did my calculations, I think it was almost 5 million more than our subsidy. So it's, and then in there, we talk about level of service and we talk about the risks that we have if we don't spend that additional 5 million. But is that the conversation we should be having around level of service and the 5 million? Because it is significant.
You're correct. That's one of the subject points coming up in a few minutes. And so that's the capital plan. And when you start just flicking your finger down the numbers, so, a shared urban track, 1.6, we've spent 350 so far. That's a big number change. Software purchases, 2.8, 800,000 forecast this year. We need to understand what's in that. Aorangi Park is obvious. Claremont Treatment Plant is obvious. The next line that is a deviation from this year is Geraldine Sewer Upgrade is coming to an end, so it's lower. We've got, there was one I was going to point out, but I can't find it now. Then the road improvement works, low cost works is doubling. It's going from 2 forecasts this year to 4.5. Te Moana has got 0, so it's obviously complete. You've got the Theatre Royal is a bigger number. Stormwater renewals, even though this line 317, even though we've cut it back, it's still 400,000 more than we're forecasting this year. Is that doable? Not sure. Wastewater plant renewals, that's going from 2.1 this year to 3. Again, will that happen or will there be slippage there? Drainage, we're putting more into that. And footpath renewals is dropping by 500,000. This new stadium placeholder for equipment and furniture, that's probably going to be pushed out to the next year. I can't see that happening unless it's end of financial year because the stadium won't be complete. And they're the main big ones. The reservoir, in-ground reservoir lining and solid roof cover, again, that's part of Claremont, and you'd have to question whether that's going to happen.
Mr. Trainer, it would be useful to highlight the capital projects that are funded, because it's easy to look at that and go, oh, we shouldn't be doing that, but my understanding is some of them are funded externally. And so there's actually no benefit in us saying we shouldn't be doing that.
So there's not a lot of those, I don't believe. The ones that are mainly funded is your roading, some of your roading, 50% NZTA. And on top of that, I don't know of many unless someone's got do you?
There's still the likes of Downlands, though, isn't there, which is a self-funding model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, there was not a lot of other capital funding in there. So we have the subsidies from roading. We have budgeted those to be about $16 million next year. Yeah.
When you
$14
mean funding,
million,
you mean externally funded?
Yeah.
Possibly not happening this year, but like the shared urban pathways or some of the active transport funding that we've had and I'm not sure if we've spent all the Better Off funding, and there's some projects that, and aren't we doing something out at Callans Hill or something, the alternate route that's definitely funded, just a few things like that.
Yeah, there's the Water Better Off funding, so there is, we $5 million, or just 5.1 million. So yeah, we have already spent about 700 grand, which was to do the art gallery. There's 2.1 million, I think, allowed for the stadium. There's $2 million allowed for walking and cycling projects. Yep, and yeah, which are in the budget here. So yeah.
Because if we don't do it, you're going to lose it.
So I'm assuming it's shared urban paths in here is funded by the Better Off funding, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so that is fully funded by government. Mm.
The vast majority of this is depreciation and loan funded. There is this concept in this organisation called reserve funding, which I haven't got my head around yet, because if anyone knows where they've tucked the reserves, could they show me them? Because I'm struggling to find them. So people talk about, oh, I'm funding that from reserves. Well, actually, to me, that means loans.
So I guess the question is from an annual plan perspective, are we comfortable with the long-term plan year 2 so that we can push that through the model? Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
It's going to be a quick workshop.
Somebody's already...
Are we coming back to Susie's report, or is that later? Oh, perfect.
I guess with Susie's report, then that's questions that if you agree with some of her level of service or things like that, then that will then obviously impact on the numbers, but it depends on significance. So the slide that's up there is essentially just a summary of the slide that we had the other day. So in your pack of pieces of paper, the first page is essentially our adopted long-term plan. So this is our starting point. So this is just a reminder. So the 10 years, yeah. So this is just a 10-year adopted long-term plan for comparison, and as a reminder of what we have essentially agreed to at that point in time. So then the next, if you turn over, we've put this in portrait to make it a little bit easier to read. These will all be on the hub afterwards to dig a bit deeper. So essentially this is the same slide that was presented the other day with our forecast of where we think we're going to be at the end of 2025, and then what we're proposing in 2026 with some changes to personnel, other expenses, finance and depreciation. The big change from the presentation the other day is the NZTA renewal funding is now sitting up as part of the operating funding. So those three columns are essentially, if we had a 12% increase, 5%, 8%, 10%. And then the information down the bottom, are essentially running a deficit in all three of those calculations, four of those calculations.
Why is that?
What this doesn't include is the Theatre Royal Museum subsidies, capital subsidies.
Andrea, Steph has sent me what you're all looking at, but can you tell me of those three documents what one you're actually on? Is it the original LTP? What is it called?
We're currently looking at the proposed 25-26.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So essentially, what this is telling us, we've got an operating deficit of 9.8 million if we had a 12% rate increase. Then with vested assets and any gains on sales, it drops to 4.2 deficit. That's in the proposed 11.99. If we get our subsidies from MB on the theatre/museum, then we'll run a surplus for that year.
An accounting surplus.
An accounting surplus. And then the next three columns is if we decide to go out with rates of 5, 8 or 10, obviously you can see the bottom line result. So at 10% it would be 6.4 million. Again, if you got those subsidies from the theatre museum, it would just about break even at 10%. 9% is somewhere obviously in between. It'd be about 7.3.5. It's about 7.3 million deficit. Again, with those subsidies, it would be close to break even. The issue with the subsidies will be timing. So the timing will be around, because the subsidy is now split into two. So half it is for the theatre and the other half is for the museum. However, all of it is contingent on committing to both buildings. So if we don't commit to the museum, then the money's gone. If we commit to the museum, then there is also timing around both. They want this done quite quickly. So before the end of 26 calendar year. So therefore we would have to get moving on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, this obviously assumes averages, which is great for this piece of paper. But we do need to break it down in regard to water. Those costs have got to increase relative to what they need to, and if that's at 15%, then how does that reapply back or back up to the rate increase? So if we look at those costs, because we're not just talking, because this is averaged across all.
So the current budgets are affected into these numbers.
Yeah.
And so if water goes up, then the targeted water rate will go up.
So
but then your general rate might come down.
Yeah, but are they budgeted on percentages or are they budgeted on? So the water charges are budgeted on what needs to happen in that year?
Yes. So basically the way the rates model works is essentially it looks at each individual activity and says, how am I funded? Am I funded by general, UAGC, targeted?
Yeah.
And so therefore it looks at the expenditure within those departments and say, this is the rates essentially that I need to cover these. And then corporate ends up with the unders and overs essentially.
Yeah.
To get an
I guess my
average
question is,
over
are we
or-
correct
So
on
if you
the fees and charges?
if you underrate,
Yeah.
that means there's a deficit goes to corporate.
Yeah.
It doesn't show up in the departments,
Yeah.
in the activities, which is just, I can't get my head around that, but anyway. Because what it means is all the activities break even on your budget. All looks good. apart from corporate. Yeah. And you go, well, so then when I go looking for savings, hard to find, because you go, well, everyone breaks even, we're all happy. I think what you're meaning, Mayor Nigel, is the additional levies coming at us and things like that. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think my question is, are we optimising the opportunity that sits in other revenue?
Other revenue?
Yeah, such as moving away from rates, fees and charges.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that.
Metered water.
It's on the agenda.
Okay.
I guess my question is, this doesn't look too different to what we saw last time, and I was most disappointed in our total other expenses, which what we have the most control over, or not, has not changed. And I see our salaries and wages have gone up based on, kind of about 2 million, which I'm guessing is by bringing some stuff in-house. But why aren't we seeing a reduction in the other expenses? And I'm just slightly frustrated that there's no movement on those other expenses. Like, when are we going to see that work? Or have you turned over every stone and just gone, can't do it?
Yeah, so part of the paper for that council will be a sort of essentially additions or unders. There is a few things that have gone into here recently from the other day. Asbestos, we added another $300,000 to other expenses for asbestos testing and things like that. The district plan review, we have not spent as much in 24-25, so there's essentially going to be a carryover to get that process continuing. And then there's been some unders and overs in basically every area. Parks, for example, their salaries have gone up, but their contractors have come down. So there is a whole lot behind this where there has been significant movements.
I guess, it's good Councillor Booth's here now to back me up on this. I guess the frustration is ratepayers are going, cut your own cloth rather than just using us as a bank. And you look at these figures and you go, we're not seeing anything. That is the frustration.
Just in regard to the wages, sorry, Ellen, just so we have some understanding, can we just have a bit of can we have a breakdown on what new roles such as parks are budgeted in there versus the likes of the, unionised increase and those sort of things, so we can understand where the extra millions are going somehow?
Yes, you can, but not something that I've got on hand.
No. Okay.
But
yeah,
potentially, yes.
Because otherwise Ellen's just going to look at those numbers and, yeah.
We showed you last time that the FTEs in the last 8 years have increased by 70. We showed you where they were. We also know that we have $2 million sitting in here as in the current budget, we had $2 million sitting there as a vacancy factor, for want of a better word. We have, and that was done on a vacancy of about 10%. We're running, we're running at 2%. We have removed that. So effectively, there's $2 million that last year dropped your wages by 2 million. So when you remove that saving, it goes up by 2 million. So effectively, we're now saying we're in a position where we don't have a vacancy factor because we've virtually got full employment. That's feeding into these numbers. So you've got additional staff for parks. You've got $2 million just bang off for vacancy factor, and the normal increases. So if you took that 2 million back off, you would see that we're actually bang on with the LTP.
So the other thing is we had budgeted 4%. The collective agreement was 5%. So that had an impact as well.
So Sorry,
problem
just one
is-
more thing to, oh, you go.
I guess the problem is that while we're looking at their long-term plan and we've made these assumptions based on the incorrect income, as in the numbers that we've assumed that you're going to get in cash, you're actually not getting in cash. And that's been the difference between us. It's meant a huge deficit and negative budgets for the last 5 years, roughly. And we haven't addressed that. And so I guess we did pull out the vested assets, and we're now talking about cash only, which is great. But unfortunately, it's let everything loosen up. And instead of actually asking for what can you do, we actually need to start now putting numbers and saying work within these numbers. And how you do that. It's a whole different way of looking at things, but actually, unfortunately, we're at that point now that I think we need to be very honest with ourselves and actually try and do that. And there are two big numbers, and the other expenses, I'd like to know where that's come from in the last 4 or 5 years and how we got to 58 million. And I wouldn't mind betting that that's come from around about 24 million to about 58 million in a very short period of time. So we really do need to, if that's the case, we need to have a serious look at that.
You've obviously looked at a date and time recently, have you? Or
if you think back, our total council income when you and I started was only around about 70,
that's about right, yeah.
70 million. And now it's 124 million. We said it was going to be 142 million, but actually we only got 124 million in cash. And that's happened for the last few years because of how we've treated the accounts, and the auditors have let us do it, which is unfortunate. But we still should have been taking note of the cash in and the cash out and keeping a very close eye on that and not thinking it was okay because according to our income and our balance sheet, you could write a nice report on there saying that you'd been prudent, and actually you hadn't.
Just an operational question around that asbestos again. I didn't get my head around it the other day. Why suddenly are we going to do an analysis of our buildings based on the potential assessment of them being exposed to asbestos if we're not going to dispose of that building, and or it's not a risk to public in any way? Most asbestos, you're going to tell which building's going to have it based on its year it was built and all that sort of thing. That's a give me. But if it's not exposed, it's not in a position where it's going to affect any health issues. And why are we suddenly throwing $300,000 in there to do that? I still didn't get my head around that the other day.
I think this is coming out of the Health and Safety Act, and there's a requirement on us to have an asbestos register, which we don't have. So you've got to have a register of knowing where the asbestos is. So if anyone enters that building to do any maintenance or whatever, you know exactly what's there.
Well, you're not going to know exactly what's there. I mean, that most asbestos is...
That's why we have to spend $300,000.
You're not going to be starting to drill into walls and do all that sort of thing. I don't think the imposition of the Act was designed to do that. I think it was about assessing the potential risk of it as opposed to actually starting to pull off panels and bits and pieces.
I think we're saying the same thing. It is actually getting the register in place.
300,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
The budget the other day was 500,000, so have we dropped 200,000 somewhere? The survey or something like that, it was 500,000. So great stuff that we've managed to cull it by 200,000. But what did we do in a week?
So in answer to that, Councillor Burt, you are correct in what the Act is saying, but what we've also got is a request to have a register so that we are aware of any asbestos. So what we're going to do in the first instance is a walk around and get an assessor. We're certainly not going to be doing any buildings that we are currently looking at divesting. That will come off the register, but we have identified about 150 buildings. We've been out and tested the market in regards to costings for this, and it's come anywhere between 300,000 to nearly 500,000, but that is also included if we were to do a test on every single building. I don't believe we need to do a test on every single building, so we should hopefully and technically come in even under that 300. So for Councillor Scott, that's where the 300 has come from, and we've taken the lowest bid from all of that as an example of a possible cost. Yep.
Andrew?
My question, as a supplementary, my question would be to understand what other councils are doing, because you can actually put staff through an asbestos assessment course that on walking into a building, one, you're going in there and you go, I know this building, I know its age and everything, so I know structurally, I know in flooring, and I know in say, around our power infrastructure there's going to be some asbestos. It's not going to be exposed. I already know that. Thank you very much. There's our risk based on that, and cut that budget down by a significant amount. Are other, it depends what I'm saying. The question is, what are other councils doing?
We will look into that, and you're again correct. There's part of that process that can be done in-house, but if we suspect there's possibly asbestos, what we actually have to do is have the test and then the plan written independent to the organisation because of the regulatory process. So there's two parts to it. And that is what I've been informed, but we are looking at how much it would be, but it's a very expensive course to actually be the assessor is easy, but actually doing the testing becomes a whole different kettle of fish. Yeah.
You're going to suspect it for every building, back before the 80s anyway, so then I don't know the testing, how you're going to do that and why you'd need to do that, other than is it an exposure issue. But anyway, thank you.
Andrew, I'd just like to ask about these total finance costs. It's obviously pleasing that we're looking at that's 5 million better off than what it was, and we've seen the rate that's changed. So what rate are we looking at here, and how likely do you think that it actually may improve yet? Is this forecasted on where you think we'll be at, or what we're at right now?
So essentially the forecast in here was calculated at 4.75%, which was the average of the rates that we had on an LGFA weekly. I get their interest rates weekly. And so at the moment, the interest rates are still sort of going up and down, but this was an average. And this was based on, because remembering in the 25-26 year, it's based on where we think we're going to end at the end of 24-25 years, at the end of this financial year. So at this point in time, we have only borrowed $15 million year to date so far. Depending on projects and things like that, we may have to borrow another 10 to 15 by the end of this financial year. So the calculation on this was based on 250 million. So that will be up or down depending on how close we get to that at the end of this financial year.
So taking into account what you're saying earlier, that, for example, we need to spend 5 mil now, we're not going to go and borrow 5 mil, so it'll be at whatever rate we borrowed it at then.
Yep. And depending on the term of it and all of that rest of it, yeah.
So this takes into account what we'll probably use at that rate before we do need to borrow for some of the major capital projects? It does?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrea, just so I understand, so we've got some examples of fees and charge changes in the slide deck, but they're not reflected in here, or are they? Because our fees and charges have gone down. And so I'm just a bit confused about where is this the model after all of the ideas have come in, or is this the model when we're going, here are some ideas, what do you think?
So the fees and charges, when the So the fees and charges in the model have come from the managers. So they've anticipated, what they think that they are going to receive on fees and charges based on what they did this year, based on increases for next year. The fees and charges document is essentially the document that is for the public information as to, what we're going to charge people. So the managers who have done the budgets have taken that into consideration in their forecasts.
So if there's quite a number of increases recommended in those fees and charges, why are we seeing a decrease in the proposed LTP?
Because I think some have gone up and some of their volume of work that's being done has sort of dropped away, and so there is a lot of ups and downs. So if you want an analysis, we can do, to look at the
I was just more interested
areas
to know,
that
is this going to get better or not? And you're telling me no, it's not.
would hope it'd get better if the volume of the work and the fees and charges comes through more than what the budget holders have anticipated.
The modelling's not like this proposed includes all of the ideas of increasing fees and charges.
Right. Because the way that the model hasn't gone, we haven't gone, well, here's the fees and charges and pushed it through. It's based on what the manager has calculated.
I think there's also an issue of how much time are we charging out. So that might be the issues that are clouding this. I also worry that we get overcomplicated on some of this, because for any staff time there should be just a scale of charge-out rates, and you'd only expect to see probably 4 numbers, because an alley rate, whether they're a planner or a BCO or someone else, they'll be within a margin, and there should be, one for a senior, one for an intermediate, one for a junior, and they should all have the same charge-out rate.
In terms of our fees and charges, those charges have to be part of, something that is passed as a motion. So if you're increasing them and all those sorts of things, and so when we do an evaluation of them, it's so transparent, and you can't separate yourself from them when you're doing them. So, I presume that's part of that process.
Part of the annual plan process is you have to adopt the fees and charges as well as the plan. Yeah.
So, my point was, based on actually understanding all those areas where we probably haven't been as efficient as we might have been in terms of charging those hours.
Yeah, so the GMs are working on that. Yes.
Can I check in again on depreciation? Now, I just want to double check, it's probably my 10th time, isn't it, that we've explored this to death in terms of there is no ability to smooth it more over a longer term in our LTP. There's no opportunity to do that at all, because in our expenses, it's our second highest. I just want to be sure we've explored it to death.
We are always looking at the depreciation and the useful lives of the assets, so that's a continuous process. The unknown for next year is we're doing revaluation on water and roading this year. So that's an unknown figure. We don't know as yet the exact impact it's actually going to have on the depreciation for next year. Now, so 2 or 3 years ago, our asset value went up $500 million. Now, that was the following year, that was a hit straight to your depreciation. Now, we could go up 20 million, 50 million, 100 million this year. It's an unknown at this point in time. So that depreciation figure potentially could change again.
Sorry, Andrew, while we're on depreciation, can you just explain for me again the difference between the depreciation we show in here and when we talk about we're only 70% funding the depreciation?
So if we were to fund 100%...
That'd be good to know that.
If we were to fund 100% depreciation, we would be breaking even.
No, we wouldn't.
Yes, we would.
I don't actually understand the difference between the accounting depreciation and funding of depreciation. I don't understand the mechanics of that.
Yeah.
So this depreciation number is 100%, isn't it?
This is cost 100%, yes.
But when you go to the cash flow statement, you'll find that the cash we generate from operations should equal depreciation.
Yeah. Yeah,
And we're never even allowing for 100% if we're making a loss anyway,
correct.
are we?
Because you've got to cover everything else on top of that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
If you look at the results for the end of February, the cash flow has cash generated from operations, I think from memory was 8 million. Now you extrapolate that out, we're only going to be about 16 million. So we're actually hovering less than 50%. And that money should be paying for your CapEx. The delta between what you spend on your CapEx and the lack of that money is borrowing. Does that make sense to everyone? Hmm?
So Nigel, with that in mind, is our figures also in accounting for re-evaluations in that depreciation rate, say for our water assets, for our housing stock, whatever? Have we got all that calculated into these forecasts?
No.
No.
No, because that is. Well, we know we've got to be doing that too, and so I suppose that's in. So water is, we did that last year, did we?
So we have factored in roading and water, but not social housing or any other assets.
Okay.
We are going to increase the housing depreciation to 2%. So we're going to move that from 1.1 on average up to 2% to collect a little bit more depreciation for the social housing. But that's as far as we've gone with other assets.
I'll be controversial. We can't do much about depreciation, and that's an anomaly anyway, because we're not actually saving that depreciation anyway. We can't do much about interest rates. So all we can do is knock 10% off our salary and wages and other expenses, and we'll break even. We will at an operating surplus. It's pretty close.
Your operating deficit is 9.8. You knock 10% off your salaries, that's 3.6. You still got a 6.2 problem.
And your 5.8 from your other expenses, that comes pretty close to 9.
Oh, you're going to take 10% off that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty close, yeah. Or the alternate is you do more work on your fees and charges and lift them as well. So there's the three of them. Those three have got to be sorted out quick,
I actually
smart.
support both views. You're better off on working both sides, aren't you? So of your R&E. So again, I look at the expenses. Which page was I on? But anyway, fees and charges over there average out at about 5.8% a year, where rates are at 7%. And if you look at just water infrastructure alone, where if we're going to a CCO, we're planning 10% increases. So we're below what we need to be. So we need to seriously look at those. And this is again why, yes, the front page will pick a percentage number because that's what they do. But we need to probably start breaking those things down on rate bills, so we can say actually this is your water cost, because punters need to know that actually that's going to head on a trajectory of 10%. So we're doing a bit of a disservice when we're actually not. We're only charging on average 5.8. So we need to get that to a 10% or whatever the projected level is in the likes of these Martin Jenkins data, because I think we're probably below what we need to be. And there again, look at here's the opportunity. So I agree with Michelle, there's your two opportunities as far as expenses, but again, fees and charges, let's get them where they need to be. And then break it down on the invoice bill so we're quite real with people. This is what your rates are, because there again, look to where the government wants to take it. If they do get to rate capping, you assume it's going to be across certain activities, which is probably those activities. You're going to pull out your infrastructure, you would hope. If they don't do that, then we're on a hiding to nothing. But if they do, then infrastructure will be separate and they should be appropriately maintained. So I'd go as far as, we should be able to break down, anyway.
And you would assume if they did go,
I'm just dreaming.
you'd assume if they did go to rate capping, it would be linked to some metric, CPI or something else, which would be way lower than what we're looking at here.
Paul, you can assume what service, we should be doing some analysis over that now, because you assume that's going to be across your everything else, isn't it? Outside of roads and water, I would say. It'll encapsulate, and waste, sorry, thank you, Scotty, yeah, those three, yeah. They're the core well-beings. Sorry? The core well-beings. Water, roads and rubbish.
I think for me, we sit here and we talk about those activities and the savings that need to be done, but are we actually going to do it? Because we just talk about it. Are we actually going to try and look at those 10% and fees and charges? Because we're on a train again, and so are we going to take it seriously or not?
If you have a look at the 24-25 year, we budgeted 59.9 for our other expenses, and we think we're going to come in at 58. So there's 1.9 savings. So we have been taking it seriously. Salary and wages, we also budgeted 33.1. And that included a $2 million saving, and we're coming in at 30.9. So what the actuals are telling us, what we plan and what we actually do are quite different, and we do seem to be able to make savings. So it's probably incumbent on us to actually have another look at why is those forecasts lower than last year's LTP, and why can't they be held for the 25-26 year? We'll do some more work on those two, particularly wages, salaries and other expenses, and report back.
Through some history, which I'm sure you'll love, but 2017, our wages and salaries were 14.2. 2019, they were 16.6, and since then to now, they've doubled. Are we getting twice the services now? There's something seriously amiss in there. I've probably pointed it out before, but I'm pointing out again. And as I say, those other expenses we just need to put some numbers down. Everyone's got to work within them.
You need some context with that, though, in terms of the pressure we put on around consultants and things like that. What was the change? What's the difference between then and now with how many consultants we did versus the employment uptake for people in-house to produce the same outcomes?
Yeah, you're correct. But I think we have pulled back on consultants. And I don't think this current financial year we have increased staff to offset that, with the exception of legal. So we've got Elliott, and we've pulled back the legal costs considerably, but on other consultants we've just stopped using them. So when we need an interim GM or whatever, we cover it ourselves. There's probably still more room in there, we need to understand particularly infrastructure and water and so forth. Probably bigger users of consultants than anyone else. We need to understand what are they doing for us. So what, on this P&L, what we'll take away is we'll go and look at those two lines and have another good, deep dive. Yeah, and fees and charges. Okay?
The proposed fees and charges went up though, compared to forecast. Forecast of 20, it's come down from the original LTP. Yeah, that's what you're saying, yeah. It's gone up from this financial year, but just less than the forecast, yeah. So just in relationship to the last financial page that we've got here is, it's more just a, okay, what if scenario if we decided to go with a different rate increase this financial year, what would that look like in 26, 27 based on the 12%? Because remember we had 15 this year, 12 and then 12 in 26, 27. So if we stick with the 12 next financial year, but if we only do 5 this 25, 26, then what does that impact have on the next financial year? Is the last page.
Sorry, just a really quick look at that. If you,
So what that tells me, this is what, I'll give you my assumption on it, or maybe I should let you guys talk first.
There are a few changes to the blue lines where there has been changes to the LTP. So the capital NZTA, the highlighted blue line, used to live down the bottom. We've now moved it up to the top. The salaries and wages is a 4% on the 36.
I can drop that.
Can drop that, that's fine. Other expenses is what we had in the LTP. The interest has been decreased and the depreciation has been increased from the long-term plan based on what we had in the forecast for 25, 26.
so, oh, you go.
Probably the minimum rate increase for the 25, 26 years, 8 or 9%. Because if you got 8 or 9% out, you could probably get there. But, you know, but others may have other views on that.
It's also making the assumption that in 26, 27 we have a 12% increase.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't want that.
Yeah. Essentially, anything lower than 12, it's going to take longer to bring that deficit back into line, basically.
It also gets down to how fast do you want to get the operating deficit, which is, you know, on this piece of paper it's 5.8, 3.9, 10.3, 7.6 or 5.8 in the middle of that page. How quickly do you want to get that to break even versus the other bottom line with the vested assets, which is a lot closer to break even for your 12 and your 8 and your 10. So it gets down to that, and I believe you've got to get that operating surplus deficit to a surplus, so you're generating cash to one, renew your assets, but also at some point we're going to have to start paying down debt. And at the moment, on this trajectory, that's nowhere in sight.
Agree, but what worries me is with this modelling, the only lever we are pulling is a rates increase. We're not looking at reduction of OPEX or increase of fees and charges. We're just going, we're not changing anything except putting rates up. That's what worries me.
So the numbers that are in here were based on our original assumptions in the LTP. So the original assumptions had a Brill increase, which is about 2.2%. We had fees and charges, I think, going up on average 7%.
5.8 is the average over the period from what I can see. I would factor in a 10% increase across your fees and charges. Not another, just 10%. Okay? They're just not that high.
So effectively, when we didn't we?
It's not reflected in it.
Sorry?
It's not reflected. It's not in the lines. It's well under the percentage.
I can probably help with some of the fees and charges. So some are set by legislation and we can't actually change them. There are some options which other councils are exploring with some activities in creating bylaws, which allows you to increase the fees and charges outside what the legislation sets. That's for things like liquor licences, some of the food licences. There's also some constraints around RMA fees and charges. You do need to follow the full SCP procedure in order to change them. So there are some that we can't change, but then there is also some catching up to do.
Is it easy enough to grab the data on fees and charges, pull that all out? Fees and charges total is about 20 million. Just have a look where it is, because it's going to be in certain places. So,
yeah, it's in all the activity fizzes as to what they're getting for their fees and charges.
yeah, so I get some legislative requirements across some, but like the opportunity of a bylaw. But I would say the majority are still with certain activities.
Yes, there's still definitely some opportunities, which I've segued to the next slide, which is the fees and charges chat, because it kind of links in with the finance chat. So the ones we've got up on screen, we're at pretty much final draft with fees and charges. They're going to go through SLT till the end of this week. As Nigel alluded to before, we do need a bit more consistency around staff charge out. Lots of units have got lots of different rates, which is confusing for the public and also internally as well. It doesn't make it very easy to track. So some units have some catching up to do. Some are pretty good because they reviewed them really well for the LTP. So yeah, the top two, the reason I put them up, they're not a big increase, but they do have a lot of public interest every year. So it's just to show that at this stage we've got 2% and 5% over animal control and building control respectively on average. There are some that are playing catch up and also some that need to increase their fees and charges to reflect the cost recovery that they need to break even.
This slide worries me. Most of them do actually today. So are you telling me if we have to put our waste, hardfill and slurry charges up 250% to cost recovery, that we've just been burning money there for years?
No, so I'm trying to remember the exact comment that was in the document that I reread again this morning, but the hard fill was because we were, where is Grant? Yeah, Grant's not here. Yeah, but...
Around roads on the landfill, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, so it was of benefit to us, therefore it didn't cost us as much to store it.
Basically, it's a very small component of our waste. That's one thing I'll point out in the first instance. But in the past, we have been accepting hardfill and slurry and sort of with the intention of using it else in the landfill for improvement works. Under the rules, we can only store waste for maximum of 6 months. Otherwise, we get penalised. So there's been a change there. And the other thing is that as we are now taking it and putting it into a landfill, it's subject to ETS and also waste levy. So hence that's where the big increase is. But having said that, there's also an alternative, which is Tyco, and we looked at our fee compared to their fee and pretty comparable. So
What's our control on putting the waste charges up for other councils? Just if they don't want to work with us on other things.
So was it? Yeah.
What's our ability to put waste charges up for the other councils?
Well, our only competitor is really Cape Valley.
No, I'm not saying who our competitor is.
Yeah.
I'm saying what's our ability? Is it in a yearly
Well,
review or?
With Waimea and
yeah.
Mackenzie.
No, okay, under the contract there, yeah. Well, I guess they pay the gate charges, so whatever we increase the gate charges to, they will also pay for their waste coming in.
Saying
so.
we could have a locals rate? No. Okay, just
We don't have a local rate, no.
So you said that hard fill was only a small amount, but my understanding of the environment out there is that every day contractors are putting hard fill, and their interpretation of hard fill never meets the requirement of the land and water management plan and all that sort of thing. But if we've got actually clean hard fill, there must be places where we can put that in terms of rehabilitation of areas or fill into areas that we're rehabilitating or something like that.
Not really, again, all the space, airspace at landfill is valuable space. So we don't, what we used to do with the concrete that came in is crush it up and use it for as road metal on the tracks that are within the landfill. But MFE is saying you're still putting it in a landfill, so even using it for that.
So they are saying the interpretation, after you've crushed it and put it on a road, that's going into landfill?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. It's basically still an active landfill site.
So for interest, could we get a breakdown of revenues for waste, where each bit's contributing from? So how much are we getting from Mackenzie? How much are we getting? Can we just have a one-pager on that, on waste revenue?
Yeah, we're intending to present sort of analysis on waste and how the revenue is collected, the charges, etc. So.
Yeah, great.
So if we take our forecasted fees and charges, which is 20.5 million for 24-25, and if you were to say we've got to have 10% on that, so that's 2.5 million, which would give us more than what we've got in here. Then if we also took 10% off salary and wages, we define that as 3.4, and I'll do that against the 25-26, and if we had to go and find 10% off other expenses, 5.8, so that'd be 11.2 million. So I think it's incumbent on management to go back and have a crack at see how close can we get to that.
Agreed.
Can I just make a comment about that? That's okay, but then we also still need to decide what the percentage increase on rates that we require, because if we do that, then we're going to break even on 12%. So the question is we're still ultimately going to end up with a deficit depending on the level of rates increase that we ultimately end up with.
Yeah, that's part of the process, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I just note too?
And that absolutely goes back to what Michelle's saying around we're only focused on rate increases. We need to be honest and reduce our overheads just like a normal business does and you do in your own household. And so our ratepayers are demanding that we do this. And so we just need to be honest about levels of services. They're going to change. So suck it up is what I say.
Yes. Can I just one point to note is that the fees and charges also includes trade waste revenue, and of course we've had a big hit on that. So we're still working out how to recover that. But yeah, well, basically that was $1.2 million of revenue.
Sorry, just on these fees and charges, because they're not an open check. Well, it's not a checkbook, but they're not an open checkbook, are they? Like, we can't make money out of anything, can we? So, and, I look at animal control and building control, for example, and go 2 and 5. Well, we're putting rates up 12. Why aren't we putting them up 12? Kind of but there's some limitations around that, aren't they? And so I assume
There are
the recommended changes still have us being within our finance policy of what comes out of general rate and fees and charges.
There are limitations, but again, I'll go back to my first point. When you're doing financial modelling, the rates become the balancing figure for every single department. And then we have a financial policy or whatever in our LTP, which gives just about every single service a band of rates. Will be 10 to 30% funded by rates. And you go, well, that's not really helpful neither. So it's a tricky task, and yes, we're conscious of that. But if you decided to set, I don't know, a service at 10% rather than a range of 10 to 30%, then your fees and charges will change quite considerably. So we just need to get those things lined up as well. And we're in a deficit, and if we don't sort out that rate, what is the real number for each service, then we'll always be saying you can't put the fees and charges up, and you'll always have a deficit. Did that make sense?
So when, for example, like Michelle said, animal control, and it's only shown 2%, that's because the overall increase in operating that may well be funded by rates before the fees and charges, or do we look at it like a standalone business, animal control, and say, including the pound, if you like, and say this is all covered by fees and charges?
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think we may have to reverse how we do that. And the CFO may correct me, because I have a view that what we do is we do all the charges and the fees and charges, and then the rates are the difference, and there'll be a range. What we should be doing is going, right, here's all the charges for, I'm using dog control as an example, here it is. We only want to put in 5 or 10% of rates, make sure that number is correct, and then the balance has to be fees and charges. So actually re-engineer it so fees and charges are the number that is the one that really has to move up. Yes.
But in some cases, fees and charges are statutory numbers, and that can't change. So there is the flip side. Yeah.
I was just going to say that, it's not as simplistic as that. I mean, it'd be really good if you knew that your department exists, and every day when they go out and do their job, what they're required to do under regulation and everything else, and the fact that we're a TA and so we supply a service to the community regardless of everything else we do, and you take the likes of the, dog control, the fees and charges are things that are regulated and administered around things they do. But if you have them going out there talking to people about barking dogs and a rushing dog and a bite and all that, and the investigation that ensues, there is no recovering that right through to a hearing. Even right out of, taking an enforcement action, and that's significant. So there's all elements of that, including cross-building and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I would disagree, because effectively, if you looked at your dog control costs over time, they're probably on a just a trajectory in line with inflation. They're pretty fixed, because you've got X number of animal control officers, you've got X number of vehicles and so forth, pretty fixed. The dogs registered will be on some sort of trajectory, small increase or flat. That divided by that, here's your registration fees. Happy days. And yes, I know it's slightly complicated than that, but that covers the whole operation.
Saying that would wash its own face with all that other stuff they do.
It should.
But it won't.
It should.
I know every other place in the same boat, and especially in regional council and things like that, no way does it ever wash its face.
Your own team here would be able to tell you how much of their time is community stuff and how much of it is animal. Yeah, but they'll be able to tell you precisely what that is if you do decide, right, 90% will be fees and charges and the other 10% will be the rate. They'd be able to tell you that for sure. Yeah.
Andrea, to get this front page, you must have all the activity statements underneath it. So why aren't we seeing them? Because I just kind of find we're having the same high-level conversation we had 2 weeks ago, and we're not making progress.
Because they break even.
But it would show us the difference between fees and charges and rates and all the different activities and where expenses are going up and down and
I
things like
attempted
that.
that with SLT, and it's really, really difficult because it breaks even, and you can't actually pinpoint, there's our problem, that one's our problem. I gave up in the end. I thought, this is just hopeless. And I can't see how you guys would be able to do any better than SLT. The whole thing needs re-engineered.
So other than going, what we've just done and said, go away and cut 10%, that's all we can do in this today. So, because we can't really make any other decisions because we don't have the information. We can't make decisions in a workshop. We can't give you any other guidance, sorry, other than that, at a high level. We can all go home now.
But there again, so metered water, 7% could be 10%. There's opportunities that sit in there, and I guarantee if we rate metered water at 10%, we will find a place to spend it across the water activity. We will find somewhere to spend the money if we rate for it across the water activity.
You can't spend it because you've got a deficit to fix. It's already spent.
Well, perfect. Yeah, so let's get it. But my point is there are some solutions sitting in here that are just aren't in line with our rate increase. Yeah.
One thing I will also just mention to everyone too is whatever fees and charges we put out need to be evidence-based. We can't put out just a rate to try and fix the deficit. Sometimes it's not actually the level of rating we're doing, it's the amount of cost recovery those units are applying that rate to. Sometimes it's not actually because a fee is $150, it's because all that time isn't being cost recovered through that activity. So yeah, just something to keep in mind.
You'll probably find, well, there's a big hole actually. It doesn't end up being too bad as far as where that extra revenue would go. I'm sure it would probably align pretty well with the activity currently. But I take your point, your warning.
Cool, so for those online, we're just breaking for half an hour and we'll see you at 1:30.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone. We're going to kick in after the break with roading and footpaths. So we'll pass to Susie and Selena and Andrew. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just want to say before we start, this was very much a team effort and Selena helped out a lot, but also when we developed our asset management plan, you might have remember seeing this through the long-term planning process, the entire team contributed to how we manage our asset at a holistic level, so looking at the integration between the operational expenditure and the capital expenditure and how that meets certain levels of service. So that is all in here, and we've just reproduced it in a different way to try and get that to land to show where we're at with the funding gap from the New Zealand Transport Agency. And probably another thing I'll comment, and I know everyone in the room is aware, but I know that there's always a bit of confusion around what is a local road and what is a state highway. So just to be very clear that this work that we're talking about is the local road work. So that's all of the roads excluding state highways. So for example, Evans Street, which is super busy at the moment with roadworks happening at the moment, they are not council funded or managed by the land transport team. So just be clear on that to start off with. Also, before I go into more detail on the back of that report, just draw your eye to the funding structure and how that works for land transport. So the latest government policy statement was a big change from the previous government's policy statement on transport, and some new categories were built, which was this local pothole prevention funding. So you'll see where we've got those red lines. Basically, we cannot move funding between those buckets. They are very set buckets by the Transport Agency, and in fact, I think the Minister got quite involved. When the GPS was developed, there was a lot of work and discussion through the media around fully funding, pothole prevention, making sure we're doing that well. Which is great, fantastic, and for the first time in, gosh, Andrew, probably 15 years, they fully met the needs of the pavement, so looking after our pavement and drainage works. However, that came at the sacrifice to local road operations and walking and cycling, road safety and for local roads, that's what came at sacrifice. So noting that the local road operations includes your things like bridge maintenance, your bridge but your capital component replacements. It brings in your environmental maintenance, so responding to small rain events like we're having at the moment, street sweeping. It does your traffic services, so your signs, your road markings. It also covers off, what was it, sorry? Street lighting. Yeah, street lighting, all of those things. So that's what is in local road operations. So keeping that in mind, we can also, with the NZTA funding, within reason, we can move between operational costs and renewal cost. So as long as it doesn't cross that red line, basically. And then, of course, over on the TDC side funding structure, we've got the subsidised work, operation on capital, and we don't move between operation and capital. They are the set figures, or reduced as it seems it may be. And then we also have non-subsidised work, and that includes your things like your CBD maintenance, your litter bin clearance, your Christmas decorations, your gardens and mowing in the townships. So yeah, that's not subsidised. So just thought I'd highlight that before we get into any more detail. I'll just have some water. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say, Selena or Andrew? No? So when this was pulled together, we did want to pull it together into operational versus capital, but because of those funding lines that I talked about, that's why we've kept it in the pothole prevention versus operational. So you can see there that the local... Oh, do you have a copy? So basically, any movement in that local road pothole prevention fund that isn't... You're all right. I'll let everyone get their viewing glasses on so they can see the fine print. There isn't any. So basically the Local Road Pothole Prevention Fund, give or take, is pretty much funded except for in that capital space. So there is some savings there in capital that we could make, but also, as I said, that we can transfer some of that drainage funding from the maintenance into renewal, which balances it out. But yeah, any reduction in activity in that space, which is, our core services, looking after our unsealed roads, looking after our sealed roads, will result in a reduction in funding from NZTA. So if we reduce that, then we'll have less money coming in from NZTA.
Susie, can you just explain this table to me, which I think you just did, but I still don't get it. So that column, gap between available NZTA budget and budget already committed to. What is that? So does that go back to NZTA? Or does that mean we've got 420,000 more to spend? I'm struggling to get what that is. I get where the figure comes from, but what does it mean practically that we don't get the funding, so really that's zero, or?
Yeah, so the NZTA approved program budget, that one there is the total program that NZTA has approved, so not just their subsidy, it is the total cost of doing that work that they've approved to that level. And the next one is basically highlighting that in our annual plan, we've, for the operational costs, I'm able to move that $220,000 into a renewal of drainage, which then offsets we'll still get the funding. So basically the total available that we can get in that space is what, $14 million times 51%. And we can move around in that budget to reflect the needs of the network at the time.
So just, I struggle with this too. So the first column, NZTA approved program, is what's approved, and they fund us approximately 51%, is that correct? 51% of that, the other 49% we fund. The next one's what's in our annual plan. The next line is what's committed. So the 421 is the difference between what's committed in the NZTA program. So what it's saying is the program's 3.3, we're already committed 2.9. We're doing that, so we've got 421 left.
But if we don't do anything, that's not like money in the bank, is it?
No, you've got to do the work.
Yeah, you've got to do the work,
Yeah.
yeah. So, because initially when I looked at this, I'm like, are these savings or are these money that will, that's surplus in the capital budget, but it's not really, is it?
But if you look at the tricky one is the annual plan program. So on the annual plan, we budgeted for 3.1. We should have budgeted for 3.3 if you were pure, right? Whereas in the capital, we have actually budgeted for 10.3 when it should be 9.9. And it's the same all the way through. So that's the one that's, to me, the critical one. What we've committed and what, but yeah. Does that explain that?
Yeah,
Or
that
have I
probably
got that wrong?
definitely explained it better. Yeah, that's correct. And so really what you're looking at is that funding gap or that cost saving. So you're actually looking at the red figures or the yellow figures. And noting that, yes, we do have to spend the money on the approved program works, qualifying works to get the money. We won't just get money in the bank. And if we make cost savings in that local road pothole prevention, you will get less income from NZTA overall. Whereas local road operations, if you spend less money in that local area, if we drop a level of service in that area, then it won't have an impact on the NZTA income because they're not fully funding that area.
So when we talked earlier about possibly dropping levels of service, this is it. So if you look at local road operations, the approved program's 3.9, we budgeted for 4.6. You could drop that 735,000, and what the consequence of that, Susie can explain because I don't know.
We can go down into the activity level detail, which is run through by NZTA work categories, which our accounting system now does line up with as per this long-term plan, which has been great. So
when you asked to get 10% out, red numbers.
And as I said a couple of weeks ago, it all just comes down to what level of service do you want to deliver. We can deliver whatever you around the table would like to deliver, but there will be a corresponding risk with that, and there will be a corresponding need to communicate with our community, particularly around the lots of requests, customer requests that we get, because we will have to be saying things like, no, that does not fit within our budget. And I know that can be uncomfortable, but that is the true impact of reducing the level of service in these areas. Right.
And so this is something we actually probably need to consult on, because it is, yes, thank you. So we've got something, that's exciting, isn't it? You go, Andrew, but that's cool.
Just to give you a little bit of background, so probably around about 12 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, up to that point, we were always getting, NZTA would come to the party and fund us to what our program was, and then money started to get tight. So about 12 years ago, they said, no, we got a significant cut in what we actually asked for in our program. So that was put to council at the time, and it was agreed that this council would fund not all of the gap, but part of the gap, as an effectively non-subsidised roading activity to maintain the level of service. And that has been carried on since that time. But of course, and I have to say, unfortunately, because NZTA keep getting tighter and tighter on their funding, that gap has slowly been growing. So this is where we're at today. So, the red numbers are that gap between what, so the red is non-subsidised expenditure.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. And it's probably worth noting that last year was obviously the end of the 3-year program, which is how NZTA look at the National Land Transport Program. And last year they actually fully funded a lot of our transport program at the higher level. So we actually did get full subsidy, hence it being quite the shock that it has been dropping down to this level. Yeah. Yeah. And so bridges and structures is actually, so the maintenance of them and the structural component replacements, so replacing a guardrail or a bridge deck, that is actually included up above in the local road operations, but we've pulled it out just at this level so you can have a look at it in a bit more detail, because obviously there is a significant gap there in the operational costs. So the operational cost, that includes minor stream training works just under the bridge, so keeping the river under the bridge. It includes, repairing, bridge decks, any beams, that kind of work. So it's lower level, small amount of maintenance, but we have got over 300 bridges, so keeping on top of them is a bit of a challenge. And noting that with the bridges, this 10 years, yes, we've got quite a few to replace. If I remember right, about 41 in this 10-year period. It actually gets bigger in years 10 to 20, and then bigger again in years 20 to 30. So the decisions that we make to invest less in this area will have a longer term impact on the bridge portfolio, asset portfolio, and that's why we have been working on the draft unaffordable infrastructure project, which is in response to NZTA changing funding rules and getting tighter on the funding. So we're drafting that at the moment, so we will bring something back to the infrastructure committee once we've got that to a format that we can share. But yeah, so there will be some tough conversations to have on level of service to keep maintaining our assets. Walking and cycling is obviously another area that was hit hard under the government policy statement for transport. Historically, cycle path maintenance, we've historically spent around cycle path maintenance and footpath maintenance, around $500,000 per annum to maintain that in operational cost. You'll see there we've already pulled that back and there's still a gap. And same with the capital. Historically, we've funded around $2 million worth of cycle path and footpath renewals. In the revised annual plan, we have pulled that back to what you see there of 1.55 million. So it is less than we have historically spent, which will be fine short term, but longer term, our depreciation on that is about 2 million. So we are technically under investing in the renewals.
So what's the $1,093,000 then you've got there? Is that what you've already cut on the walking?
No, that's the gap between the approved NZTA program and what we've got currently sitting in the annual plan model.
So that's what we'd have to fund over and above the NZTA budget.
What we can cut into.
So it's budgeted, so it's currently sitting in the model. So all the figures that you're seeing in the annual plan program budget currently sit in the annual plan model.
So that's what's driving our deficit.
And that will, that is minor level of service change that you won't notice in a year, but over the longer term you will. So it's, it really is that level of service conversation. Then the road safety, so the road safety promotion.
So, sorry, Susie, can I ask a question? So that $1 million that is overspent or allocated in your budgets, what happens if we don't? I know you keep saying, we're kicking the can down the road, but what actually will not happen if we don't spend that $1 million? I can't see that detail. Like, what's not going to happen if we go, sorry, we're not going to give you that $1 million?
So we just won't be renewing the footpath. So you'll basically be extending the renewal cycle out to past 50 years instead of 5 odd years we've got at the moment. So you'll effectively be halving what we do. And, as a result of that, either the maintenance operational costs would need to increase to deal with the trip hazards that will come and that work, or we accept a lower.
As the years go on and our balance sheet gets better, don't then we just add these kind of things back in? We're in a state of flux. So, has any thought been put into that? Like, okay, when we get 5 years down the track and there's more cash flow, these kind of programs can come back on. I mean, are we thinking like that? Or are we just saying, sorry, we're going to keep spending?
Correct me if I'm wrong, a standard repair in 5-10 years becomes a full replacement. So, you could get on top of it for a small repair, which later on becomes a full replacement when you try to bring it back in, and then by then it's accumulating issues because you're sweating the assets.
No, but the renewal that Stacey's talking about, the $1 million over and above what's approved, is renewals.
Walking and
Which is a
cycling is
replacement.
just a nice to have, I think, that.
It is
just gotta
renewals,
go.
and it is obviously loan funded, and then depreciated. So at the moment, the depreciation for footpaths is approximately $2 million. So we are funding the depreciation through rates of $2 million for footpaths, and we're already reducing it to 1.5. Absolutely can drop it further. It wouldn't be in the best interest of good asset management, because you'll be kicking the can down the road and creating a bow wave for the future.
We know that.
Yeah,
but we've got
100%.
no money, so this is what we're going to have to do. We have to do something.
Susie, you've got some quite good descriptions further in the document, like on page 16, what it actually means in relation to this specific topic if we don't fund that capital. Yeah, and it talks about it there, and the one that Scotty and I will be most interested in is non-slip tile treatments would also not be able to roll out to other town centres. Three people that have slipped over and really hurt themselves in Temuka.
But do you think it would be helpful to go through line by line and once we get into the detail of each asset group that way? Because, there's much more information in there, but I thought we'd look at the high level of costings. But
Don't we need you to tell us what's the actual budget? Is it like 15 million total or 20 million or what is it? What does this represent in way of dollars?
about $21 million worth of capital.
Okay, well,
and
we need you to go away and knock that back by $5 million.
yeah, so what I'm hoping for today is to find some direction on where you'd like to take that, so I can then tell you what the level of service impact.
But I think that's up to you, because you need to know, you are the one that knows what you're doing, and you know what the priorities are and what the low-hanging fruit is and what can be knocked down the road as we're going to have to. So actually it's you should come back with a list of stuff saying, okay, this is how we're going to save $5 million. If we want to save $3 million, this is what we're going to do. And so is, because we don't know.
I think it may need to be, maybe slightly differently, is what would you drop if you got back to the NZTA approved budget? So if you just stuck with the NZTA approved budget, what would that look like? Because that would save you probably about 1.2 million on OPEX, and quite a few million on CapEx, which obviously has a knock-on OPEX effect. Now, if this document solves that, then fine, but if it doesn't, we need to know exactly what it is we're going to stop doing on each of those red areas. And then,
But this is where I go back.
because you guys have give us that direction, get it back to NZTA approved program, or alternatively, we are going to fund it. And if we're going to fund
Main
it,
thing is
goes
we're
back
getting
to
the maximum
Mr.
amount of money out of out of NZTA, isn't it? What do? We make sure we get as much money from them as in the subsidised stuff.
I guess the other thing that Susie pointed out before is that she can do whatever is decided, but you guys have to back her up when it comes to, you know, people ring up and say, oh, there's a pothole on, I don't know, whatever road. We can actually, you've got to say, well, actually, I'm sorry, but, you know, there is no money for potholes on that particular area of town. So you've got to back up whatever decision is made around this table to actually support Susie so that she doesn't get a phone call from everyone saying, hey, you need to fix this, you need to fix that. And
Well, someone's going to be affected because we're going to cut some money back. So,
correct.
And that's where you actually go away and come back and say, this is what's going to happen if we save $3 million, and if we want to save $5 million, this is what the impact, and this is the most appropriate thing to do, while maintaining the max amount of money from the NZTA.
The key is being discerning.
I agree,
enough sorry,
but
carry on.
Susie is the one, and this goes back to the very start of the day, that I said Susie is the one that is getting caned here because she's done the bloody work in front of us. They all need to do it. It's not just about Susie, it's about every single department producing this exact document so we have bloody all the information we need. And poor Susie and her team are getting caned on trying to find 5 million. Well, what about the rest of them all sitting there?
I think this one's slightly different. This one's slightly different in that this is part funded by NZTA. NZTA have an approved budget. We are electing to go beyond that in the current annual plan. So you have a choice. You can choose to go back to the NZTA approved plan, and whatever, and our job then is to tell you the consequence of that. The other departments, you're correct, we just need to describe this is what we're doing. If you want to cut it back, we'll cut it back. But what we heard earlier is we've got to cut back 10% anyway. So that will naturally come through.
Yeah, I think the NZTA is a funding mechanism. They fund 51% of a program that they think we should be delivering. Now that program is based on their national objectives and national views. You know, it's unfortunate to say that, you know, probably a 10% saving with Auckland Transport would probably fund the entire South Island, just like that. So, you know, that's the scale that they're dealing with it. But, you know, I don't think roading is any, you know, roading gets funding assistance, but that's all it is, funding assistance. And the gap is funded by rates, no different to any other unit or any other department, which is perhaps 100% funded by rates. At the end of the day, it's that rates funded component that we need to look at. Yeah.
I don't think we're beating up on Susie. I think what we're doing is trying to discuss here are the gaps between our annual plan and the approved program budget. Councillors need to make a decision. Do we continue to fund at the annual plan level, knowing we have a deficit, or are you wanting to pull it back?
Some context around understanding, because it's very easy for us to sit in this chamber to know what is the fallback and fallout, I should say, in relation to that, and that's not for the team to try and discern, and it's so hard just on some papers. And what are we willing to risk in terms of the reduction in service of a very visual asset that also has implications on safety, but also how many staff are we willing to employ in the front counter answering phones to it all?
Let's go towards the end of the doc where a lot of that's sort of been identified, perhaps, eh? Do you want to Oh, yeah, one more question, and then we'll walk through that, sorry.
Sorry, I just want to be clear whether we're focusing on OPEX or CAPEX here, because when we talked before, it was a 10% reduction in the operational expenditure. And I know CAPEX has an effect on the OPEX, but not as big. And so my wish would be to focus on the OPEX rather than the CAPEX, but we do need CAPEX as well.
No, that's right. A lot of this will be OPEX program.
Those red numbers add up to 3.8 million. So if we just stop that. Susie, that'll do.
Shall we go, do you want to pick up from page 5-ish, or whatever, you keep taking us through what you want to talk to, and then we can identify the risk of potential savings, or we can talk through what you put in.
Yeah, fantastic, can do that. So if we go on page 5, that gives you operational gap of, 1 million there. So in the operational expenditure, as discussed further previously, really keen to not make savings in the local road pothole prevention, because NZTA have matched that, so we'd lose revenue. And also you would see a significant impact on the network in a very short time if we decided, for example, unsealed road pavement maintenance, we were going to halve it. You're halving your grading schedule, and I think one previous roading manager at another council said some farmers might plant their crops by the grading schedule, so that might be a little hard to fear, and obviously will also increase the potholes in that area. The local road operations is where the cost savings should be made if we're going to reflect NZTA funding. Which is when you're getting into your environmental maintenance, which is your street trees, trimming up, limbing of those, your garden maintenance and other vegetation control, your roadside cleanups and street sweeping. So that's your environmental maintenance. So we've already cut 600,000 out of that from the LTP budgets, which is predominantly around the street tree work, because for a year that will be okay. But any other reduction will obviously result in less mowing around curves in the rural area. This also covers your footpath spraying in the urban area. It covers your street sweeping, so the less leaf litter pickup. These are all things that would be cut.
A lot of it is aesthetic.
Yeah.
The street trees, how does that affect the contract that street trees sit under?
It's okay. So we've got it. It still covers the contractual requirements. It just doesn't mean that we'll start clearing up those big trees that do need a bit of work. So there's potential increased risk in tree limbs falling down after storms, during storms, that kind of thing. So it's just pushing pause on that program for a bit. We've done quite a bit this year, and it has tidied the network up quite nicely. But there's always more to do because they're growing things.
I'd rather see, I understand what's been said here in terms of the spraying and what have you, but can there be a more bespoke approach to that sort of thing as well? Like, for example, that in this particular street, that 10,000 people go down it every day, so we've got to do this berm here, or we've got to do this little, where this tree is, and this one, hear me out, whereas out in this place, 5 people see it a week. So let's not do that anymore. This here, which nobody can, this space where under trees where we mow to make it look beautiful, nobody can pull over their car and go there. So this could be one of those meadow type things where we just let the grass and the flowers grow. Can we have a more bespoke approach to that sort of stuff?
We could potentially have that, but everyone cares about their street.
Yeah, this is not my point. My point is...
I think you were just talking about the country streets then anyway, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm just talking about Tamika and Geraldine, Gav?
I love my phone ringing all the time.
Yeah.
Quite happy for both of you to take my number. actually.
Me too. Well, I mean, Nigel tell you of the places that he gets called about all the time, and they're the ones that you guys have all been hearing about all the time. I know the ones in Temuka that have been ugly forever and nobody's ever mentioned them.
Yeah. So just to be clear,
But why do we need nicely mowed lawns? What difference does it make?
Not just talk about lawns, talk about the birds where we plant these stupid EVs and all these other...
Well, just let them go. Just let them go. What difference does it make? No one's going to get killed.
There's some in the main street we've decided we've got to gang looking after them. Prioritise them.
So I just understand where you're coming from. Just be clear that the stuff that we're talking about is the subsidised roading, which isn't the street garden plots, because they are not subsidised. They are fully funded by council because there's not available funding for that. So this is your vegetation spraying on your footpaths, keeping the weeds out of the curb and channel. It's spraying around your road signs so people can still see them in the rural environment. It's your road edge mowing or spraying to stop the grass growth getting over the seal so we can actually have some drainage. So that's the work that's included in this. It's not the nice to haves. Yeah.
About that stuff too. What I'm saying is a bespoke approach. We determine which one of those streets we do want to look after.
Yeah, we absolutely can.
That's what I'm talking about.
We can absolutely link it to the One Network framework or the One Network road classification. But again, it comes with a proviso that there will be a differential level of service and there will be phone calls about that. But yes, we can. That's something we can do. Yeah.
Look, I know where Scotty's coming from because his street trees are an issue, and we've just pruned the street trees to keep out of the power lines in Connolly Street because the power company said the street trees are getting out of control. So we trimmed them down to about ugly size, and then now they're growing back up into the trees where we should have just lopped them off at ground level, dug them out, and put something in there that we're never going to have an issue with for the next 10 years. And I don't know why we keep doing these things because. I don't know why we keep doing these things. We should just, street trees are an issue, and to be fair, the Connolly Street people were all, and I thought that was in a budget at somewhere, that all those street trees were coming out, they were going to be replaced, and it never happened, so now we're just still showcasing the maintenance required for them. I don't get it sometimes.
Here we go, we've got another LTP issue, street trees. It's going to be a fun year. Annual plan, should I say.
So minor events, there's actually no budget in there for that. So that's for our small scale localised events that are up to $100,000 in cost. So there's no funding in there. And just noting that this also links to our unaffordable infrastructure project and that we are going to bring forward in that space. Historically we have funded around $300,000 a year in the operational budgets to put into reserve to deal with an emergency event, but we're not doing that at the moment. So it's just highlighting that there is no budget. NZTA doesn't have budget, neither do we. So just, kill that out in the LTP. So it just sits there because it is a line item in the NZTA budgets, but there's no money allocated against it. Network service maintenance. So this is how we pay our streetlights power bill and look after all our signs, streetlights, etc. So we can make savings there. However, it might end up getting to the point that we can't pay the power bill for the streetlights because the cost of that is around $250,000-300,000 a year, and I think that's basically what they've approved. So either we don't put signs back up when they've fallen over, keeping in mind we had $200,000 worth of vandalism, or there or thereabouts. So it certainly is a challenging one, but that's something that we could look at doing, and it would also, as long as we can keep that capital in that traffic services space to replace those traffic signals that I mentioned earlier that are at Strathallan that are in Waiadi Selwyn that are starting to cause us issues, we should see some savings in managing the traffic signals, so the traffic lights.
Can I ask a really dumb question again, just for clarification? In those red areas, you've got OPEX and CAPEX. So can you swap the money from CAPEX to OPEX in a year? those red areas.
For NZTA, yes, we can.
So potentially we should just focus on OPEX and can the CapEx. If you maintain everything nicely and well, why do you have to do anything else? Shift all the money up to OPEX.
We can do that only on certain categories. So where there's a road improvement works, that is locked in as CapEx. We can't change that. It's only within the sort of the pothole prevention fund and the road operations fund that we can swap operations and CapEx. Operations and yeah, it is CapEx. But that CapEx is generally renewals, which yeah is actually needed. But you could defer some of that. That's what we're indicating here.
But if you
like
maintain
signs, not replace the signs, just leave them. Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're maintaining what you've got really well, then your CapEx can be deferred.
The danger when you don't do renewals is your OPEX and costs increase.
Well, yeah, because you're stealing money from CapEx.
I mean, we've got to stop doing the silly stuff like the roundabouts and those raised. That's just rubbish. I mean, those are things that sort of thing we've got to cut out. Unless they're being paid for by the government, of course. Not 75% was it?
Roundabout is a safety improvement on a road.
Increasing the speed limit back to 50. From 30 going down Church Street, slowing the whole country down.
Takes you 30 seconds more to get to your coffee.
Okay, just moving on. Just one other thing I'd like to mention in network service maintenance, because it's not really clear on what it is. It is also your road marking, and so Timaru has recently hit the top list for open road rural intersections as being a high critical risk. So we're one of the worst, or the worst. And so we've seen that lately with a few local crashes, which has been really concerning. Although when we've gone and done the audits at those particular sites, we have seen that the road marking is in place. But that's where that money comes from, is for road marking. And there's about another 250,000 to 300,000 a year to do half of our network road marking. So it's, yeah.
Where did the red plasticky road markers that you put at the Rise Road, Factory Road corner, you're not going to use them again, are you? Because just about every single one of them is broken.
Yeah,
and it's not me.
No, it was just one of the trials that we've been doing to try and highlight that there is an intersection there and you need to slow down.
And I think it's made it difficult for some of the landowners to mow the roadside, which has actually increased the danger.
Yeah, one thing that Ashburton District Council have recently done is fully funded some very large rural signage, so they're kind of metre by metre stop signs, and they're gated on all the rural roads. So that's another thing we could look at when there was available budget, but at the moment, there isn't. Just noting that maintaining those road marking is about 250,000 a year. So unfortunately, that funding going into the pothole prevention fund has meant that this operational stuff has been reduced.
Would you say road marking was, what number was it, 250 a year?
Yeah, be about that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're losing, or that's total?
That's the total cost per annum, and that's about half of our network. So we do north and south, yeah. So yeah.
Have we ever looked at a, just thinking outside of the square, business case for bringing that in-house?
There'll be subsidy for it again one day. And then we won't get it if it's in-house.
No? Okay, no one wants to have that conversation, just suggesting ways to save. Yeah, come on, one team. That's all they do. It's the most efficient thing. You do everything at night and we're all good. So we just need to build infrastructure at night. There's your solution.
Okay. Rail level crossing is not really anything we can do there. That's controlled by Kiwi Rail and they send us the invoice. We are looking at updating our deed of grant. Kiwi Rail are doing it across the country, so we'll have a bit more insight on what the full works program is going to be going forward. Good. No, they just send the invoice in. If we'd like to keep our network going over the rail, we pay the bill. Yeah.
Got dumped on us about 8-10 years ago.
Yes.
Out of the blue, here you are, and you're maintaining all this now, and it used to be central government, and no, all councils are doing that. No reason at all. Cost of hundreds of thousands.
Susie, just a question on shingle roads, because they're my favourite thing to talk about. How many graders do Fulton Hogan use to actually grade all the roads in the district? Is there a 1 grader or is there 2 graders? Who looks after it? Who's monitoring it? And all those sorts of things.
Yep.
And sorry, the last bit of my question is, would it be worthwhile bringing in-house for the reason being that it's one of the biggest moronic things that go wrong, and we never, and if we had a, like, for instance, in a drop in a road like that, once upon a time, the guy that used to go out and look after shingle roads would say to the grader driver, just take a scallop out of there, let that water go, that'll fix the problem. Now you can't do that, so you have to make a special request. He comes from Timaru, costs $1,000, he goes back and he spent 10 minutes taking a scallop out of the road because he can't do it within his maintenance contract. And it's really annoying that those little bits that used to be able to get done now can't get done, because we're stuck in these contracts that don't allow those things to happen. That's my question.
First answer, would you like to say goodbye to $350,000 subsidy? Because that's exactly what would happen. So you would actually lose income because we aren't able to undertake works without competitively tendering the work. So it would be CCTO, you've got to competitively tender on the open market to do that work. So you'd lose that money straight away, so you won't get the subsidy. As far as the contract goes, there's 2 graders, 2 maintenance graders that have a continuous compactor on the back. We have also regularly undertake, when we've got weather like this, well maybe not quite this bad, but we've got moisture around, we'll do what is kind of like a comb blade, so it'll actually stir up the surface of the grade, you know, instead of just the flat grader blade, it'll kind of comb through and mix up the material, and then we'll compact it. So that's happens. As far as the drainage work goes, yes, we have identified that has been an issue getting the grader operators to work on that one. So Ant and one of Fulton Hogan team members actually spent 2 days with the grader operators, empowering them to make those decisions. Because historically, when they've gone and done that and created cutouts in locations, they've had the opposite. They've had the farmers coming out growling at them for messing up their nicely mown grass berm. So it's a very fine balance between creating the drainage that is wanted and needed and people being very protective of the road berm outside their property. So we have empowered them to do that, so there will be more work going forward on that space. They've been doing some recently. So,
The quick question, within the staff here, is there someone just dedicated just to the shingle roads and bridges on those shingle roads? Do you think, or is that covered across a number of people, or a specialist person that does that work, or how's that working within the operations staff of around those shingle roads?
no, so there's not a dedicated person looking after just unsealed roads. The sealed pavements maintenance and unsealed pavement maintenance are combined together into one role, and they look after that and other parts of the contract as well. And then bridges is, we've got one of our specialist staff that is involved in the bridge planning works, reviewing all of the maintenance schedules and undertaking that work. So the person that looks after unsealed roads also looks after sealed roads maintenance, not the renewals. And they'll always work together though, say, hey, I'm going out there, can you get some photos of this thing or that thing at the bridge? And they will do that, yeah. Over the page to page 8, so network and asset management. So this effectively subsidises the LTU internal team to undertake the inspection works that Councillor Oliver was just talking about, and ensuring that contract works is done to standard, but also undertaking our traffic counting regime, so making sure that we've got a good idea on how many vehicles are using our road, which leads directly into one of our DIA mandated customer levels of service measures, which is smooth travel exposure, which looks at the vehicle kilometres travelled on the network. Could seem like an easy cut, but having very up-to-date traffic count data is what you need for your evidence to fund the full program. So NZTA will always look into that and audit what we're doing and making sure we've got a good level of information. If we have up-to-date vehicle kilometres travelled or average daily traffic counts for our network, it puts us in a more favourable position when we're talking about the Pothole Prevention Fund. So that's why they fully funded our program. Then we get into bridges and structures, which is included in the operational funds, but noting that there has been quite a significant gap in bridges and structures and what NZTA will fund. So that could be one area that you decide to pull back on, noting that the risk of that would be potential health and safety risks of failure of some structures. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom because it's not going to be sudden like that, but it is going to be, hey, we'll get an intense rainfall event out in Woodbury or Geraldine or anywhere really, and that's when you start to lose your bridge abutments. So that's where you then start losing access to your network. So I'm just trying to find it, sorry. Oh, no, I'm just going in. Yeah, so there is about a $340,000 gap between what NZTA have approved and what is in our annual plan. Our bridges are assessed every 3 years by a qualified bridge engineer, and they develop the recommendations high, medium, low. Critical, high, medium, low. So if we were to drop to the NZTA approved budget, we would only be doing the critical risks on that program. We wouldn't be getting onto the high. So we'd still be in a situation where there would be potential bridge failure, or not necessarily bridge failure as in falling down, but as in we would need to post it and weight restrict it. So you wouldn't be able to have HPMVs or 50 max vehicles out there. You might not even be able to get full class 1 trucks out there. So that's just something we need to be mindful of.
Yeah, just a note there, NZTA and their more recent policy, is they're basically indicating that a 15k detour is acceptable. So this is what they're basing their funding on.
It's a pity Councillor Piddington isn't here, because I was going to ask him how many times he complained about Douglas Street being closed and had to go the longer way, and I'm sure it wasn't 15 k's.
Yeah, and so this stuff is included in our, as I mentioned earlier, in our unaffordable infrastructure project, so looking into that, and we have looked at differing levels of service or response mechanisms to different structures. One thing to note is that obviously, yes, 15 kilometres might be an acceptable detour to NZTA, it might even be an acceptable detour to most of the public, but understanding that you're actually, in some cases you'll be having to accept route severance, so meaning that, it's been a Armco culvert, like a big deep culvert, and then there's actually no feasible way to put a ford in or have a road just go through that location just due to the topography of that road. But another thing to think of is that in an event, and we'll have all done it when we're trying to get home, having multiple crossings over a stream generally means that there'll be one open somewhere. And so when you start to reduce this, accept route severance, you're actually reducing the overall resiliency of the network. So it's just, like I said, this is all in the unaffordable infrastructure project that I know you haven't seen yet because we've just started working on it, but it will come out and we'll have those bits of information for you when we get to that point.
So what do we do? Just take out the culvert and then a couple of no exits on either side and away you go. Effectively. Yeah. We jump. The unaffordable infrastructure project, what timing is that? Because that's a really cool key piece of information for the public. Because there's a lot of this stuff that we're talking about now that the public still aren't aware of as consequence of, government changes to policy.
Yes, yeah, correct. So we are working on it now that I've got Selena back in my team helping out. So it's certainly not something that we'd be able to consult on with this annual plan. And like I've said right at the start, I mean, some of these things, yep, we can knock it back for a year and it's not going to be a major risk. But when you start adding those years up, that's when it becomes a problem. So realistically, it will be in the next financial year that we'll have that.
I just think there's some benefit, Stephen, just to say, because we haven't actually put anything out already, to say these are some of the challenges that we do have to the public, and actually this is because of, consequence of central government change. Yeah. Did they? Yeah. And we've done, and I know we've done it at Canterbury level, and we've hammered them on underfunding, etc. But we probably haven't had a crack at a local level, and it's probably potential just to actually share some of the good news.
I don't know if it's good news, but I mean, as part of any sort of consultation we do regarding this annual plan as well, it will have to start painting that picture, particularly if you give direction to just stick to the NZTA level of funding. So it will have the effects that are captured in this document at the end of the day, and that's not just, as we said, that's not just land transport, that's in other areas as well. So these are the levels of service that the public can expect for the level that they are willing to pay. Don't know if there's a lot of good news in there, but creating the understanding of it is probably the key to it, rather than. The public is well informed, so it's good news.
So getting into the kind of tail end now, into walking and cycling, obviously a large priority under the last government, not so much under this government. So, for example, cycle path maintenance, that's spraying of our Central South Island trails or spraying out at Peel Forest, example. So the NZTA approved program's $10,000, and that's enough to spray those paths probably once a year. We are working in with the in-house parks team to see what we can achieve, but at the moment it's not a lot, and certainly isn't the level of service that Central South Island Trails, people that fundraised and built the trail, were keen to see, but it's what is affordable at the moment. So, and then in footpath maintenance, that will drop down to $132,000 in the NZTA approved program, which would see, we wouldn't be able to afford to do the non-slip tile treatments out in the other rural townships that we've done in Timaru. Yeah.
I did see that in park guys out in Geraldine actually last week doing some spraying and some weed pulling stuff, so that was good to see.
Yeah.
Seems to be working, so that was good.
We're certainly working in to see what we can change between, our contractors that are delivering work and what the parks team can deliver. And one of the ones that we've come up with that, we're out there doing work is, the Geraldine roundabout, and actually going, well, actually that's something that, our road maintenance contractor out there doing work already anyway with the Cuban Channel spraying. So actually just streamlining that and having one traffic management set up and using just the one contractor for that work. So we're working on that at the moment.
So did I share that Ian had come back to us on the procurement? Did I share that with you? Can't remember. I'd asked them the question, Ian, who's looking after James's role from NZTA, around procurement of, using our in-house, whether it be CCTO, etc. He sort of answered it from a CCTO point of view, but then he gave reference to their procurement person around whether it be in-house might have different procurement rules around it. So there might have been more flex around that. You might have some knowledge of that already. Us using in-house versus a CCO where it would have to be contracted, us where it would have to be competitively tendered.
We'd certainly be keen to see the feedback that you got. I don't think I have got that one. That would be awesome.
I'd send it through.
But generally speaking, it is covered in legislation that works that are funded through the NLTP would need to be competitively tendered. But there's obviously, especially in this space where we are at the moment, where NZTA aren't fully funding the activity, there's an opportunity there to look at that. Sorry, we're nearly at the end. Road safety promotion. So historically, we've spent $400,000 to $500,000 a year in that space and have had a lot of external supporters and contracts with external parties to undertake that. NZTA have cut that budget right back down to $206,000. And we have pulled back the budget significantly in that space already by having our 2 staff members delivering that. Any further cuts will obviously, really now impact the ability to attend events, that kind of thing, run successful programs. And just keep in mind that it is a collaboration between Waimate and Mackenzie District Council, and they currently fund $105,000 per annum into that budget. So it effectively, their funding effectively meets the funding gap in that space. So, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So what's our rate funding that goes into it? Our share?
So we get it at 54% funding because it's a higher FAR rate, financial assistance rate, because of Waimate being involved. So we are, collectively, 46% of the 206,000 is how that works, and then we've got the extra 104,000.
Oh, yeah. So it's 310, did you say? Oh,
Yeah, 311 we've cut that back to. And then we get 105,000 from collectively Waimate and Mackenzie District Councils for undertaking that activity. And just had some very positive feedback on the mobility scooter workshop that we ran down in Waimate, and the total cost of that was the advertising the event, which was $400 in advertising, and then just staff time running it. And so, yeah, we've got some 17 attendees feeling much safer about how they are using their mobility scooters in the area. So that's the kind of programs we're talking about. Lucky last of the NZTA funded activity. So local road improvements, or low cost, low risk. This is Councillor Booth's favourite activity, which is roundabouts and things. No, but in all seriousness, it is the improvements that either have been identified through the deficiency database, or we've had significant customer response and request for. Oh, have I skipped? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's capital. Sorry.
17.
Because we've kind of dealt with them holistically throughout with capital OPEX. But yeah, page 17, local road improvements. Yeah, so this is network improvements or safety improvements, requests from the public dealing with growth or intersection layout changes required as a result of growth, subdivisions, that type of work. So it's actually looking at how we manage the network and making improvements in that space. You'll see there that there's, we have got, it's over 216 now. That was a wee while ago, those figures, but there's always more requests from the community on what they'd like to see change than we can ever afford to do. And noting that this budget tends to be where government policy or investment priorities change over a 3-year period, and they will come, NZTA will come to us, or there'll be a Crown Fund application process to obtain funding, so we can have a chance to obtain funding. So we have what we call a deficiency database. It's a big list of activities that sit there as one day we could get there and do this work when it aligns with, with NZTA and government's objectives. And so we will then apply for that funding. It's how we were successful in getting the funding for down at Port Loop Road, those activities through there. So whatever we spend in this space is reflective of what available NZTA income there is for that work. Historically, we've spent $5 to $7 million per annum to undertake this work. This year that dropped down to $2 million. And we're seeking for it to go back up this coming year as per the long-term plan, and that will also meet the costs of the Crown Resiliency Fund project, which is State Highway 1 alternative on Callans Hill Road, Cartwrights Road, that work, which is at 76% financial assistance rate. So it's having this budget there enables our local share for when the inevitable happens and there is other funding buckets that government decides is available for transport. So this has historically been funded much higher by NZTA. However, the roads of national significance on state highways has taken the available capital funding from government and directed in that space. But yeah, as I said, it will change. We had a request just last month for more resiliency projects, so we've provided all of that through. Oh yeah, sorry. Missed that one. Page 10, sorry guys, got you flicking all over the show. That's the unsubsidised activity, and I know that the Christmas decorations are well loved by Timaru residents and visitors, but there is a cost to installing them, so I've just highlighted that there. There is no subsidy for it. We were asked at the last workshop to have a look at what 50% installation would look like, so Selena did some great AI work for us and had a look at that. But yeah, so just basically, you know, there is opportunities to save money. Obviously, reducing it by half isn't going to reduce the install cost by half because you've still got the site set up and transport. And just also noting that the Angels are currently undergoing some repair. We're getting some reports on them done at the moment, just seeing what work needs to be done to them to be able to hang them safely again. Last year, you'll remember we had that rather significant wind event after the Angels had gone up, and we had a few wings and things come off, so we're just making sure that they are safe again to reinstall.
How much are they going to cost to fix them? We don't know. So shouldn't we make a decision once we get that cost whether we bother or not?
Yeah. So just know, you know, these Angels are probably 40 plus years old now. They've done really well, but they are coming to the end of their use-by date. We keep them going, but it's starting to cost us in doing this. But the other thing around these Christmas decorations is not just Timaru, it's also the town centres in which we fund putting up the Christmas decoration, which I have to say are growing every year because the community boards continue to want more and more. They fund them from their strategic plan funding or their own targeted rates funding, but we are liable for putting them up and taking them down and the maintenance of them thereafter. So it is an area that is increasing in cost.
Just highlighting the cost of putting up the Angels at this stage anyway. And we'll get the costs, once we've got one cradle being looked at the moment, and so once we've got some estimates on that, we'll have some more idea on the capital expenditure required. And just CBD maintenance there, so that's, you know, just looking after, yeah, maintenance within the central business district, you know, the gardening, all of those things. Timaru, just Timaru. It's all right, yours is featured in the township gardening. So the next line down is obviously the township gardening. So this is, you know, the street plots, the mowing.
But when you think about Christmas decorations, there might be something quite modern you can do with lasers or lights or something. You know, you go up to that aged care facility up the north end of town and they light up that old building. You know, you might find a much better, smarter looking way of doing this. Yeah, it costs a fraction of it. And it might even look better.
So the next one is the township gardening. So that is the unsubsidised work that happens in all of the townships and throughout the urban environment. So that's your gardening and your roundabouts, all of that work.
Sorry, Susie, I know I had a meltdown about this at a community board meeting, but have we actually looked at like the rain garden type ones they have in Ashburton that are very low maintenance and maybe a good option because they don't require $668,000 of maintenance. Because I know at point they were very disappointed to lose their flower beds. but I just don't actually think, some of those better options were looked at. Yeah.
We are looking at other options. Then there are low maintenance, trying to say, but there is a capital cost associated with actually implementing them in the first place. And that's one of the issues. So.
But a very wise man who used to operate across the road once told me capital will always end up cheaper than labour.
Yeah, I have to agree, but you need the capital to start with. Yeah.
But in short, yes, we are looking at those opportunities, but again, it's one of those things that the community quite like, their roses or and it creates a lot of churn. So that's the budget that's in there at the moment, and in the annual plan is that $668,000 to maintain that, and that brings it back up to the level of service that has been expected. Yeah.
So I'm going to be Councillor Booth here. So what would happen if you said you got $300,000 to maintain your gardens?
You'd have a lot more weeds. And it would have to be acceptable. And then, as per the meeting a couple of weeks ago, the funding of traffic management for community events, that's currently budgeted $100,000 per year. Is that something we want to keep on doing? Do we want to put some more rules around who can apply for that? Do we want to still be, allowing school balls and the rock and hop, those kind of things, to lean on that activity, or is that something we want to reduce the costs and have it as, no, okay.
Loosen up the rules so you don't have to have all that rubbish.
Nigel, you got any comment on that?
Susie, and I know this is something Scott brings up all the time, and I do agree with him, and I'm sorry, I'm going to use that hyphenated word again, in-house. And yes, it costs us $100,000 because we're paying an external contractor, aren't we? Yeah, so can't we look at doing it a cheaper way? Ooh, what do you got there?
So we still need to meet our obligations under the Health and Safety at Work Act. So we'll start with that. So at the moment, we're not in the space where we can say, no, you don't have to do a TMP. We're not in that space. The space that we are in is that we have developed a draft operational practice note that can be used by council staff members. So we're in the situation with the in-house team where we are the client, we are the contractor, we are the RCA, so there is no overlapping duties. So Nigel will get to review it and sign it off. But basically it takes the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, which is the new guide, which links to the Health and Safety at Work Act, and it looks at the risk and the mitigation factors and how we can actually undertake the activities in a safe manner without having to have much more TTM than is currently required. In an ideal world, these were supposed to be rolled out a lot more nationally, but we're just not seeing the movement at which the speed we need to see it happening. So that's why we've taken the initiative to develop that. So once this one's over the line, we start to see how that works, we can start writing a few more and see what's coming up, might give some of the other RCAs some confidence to develop some as well, and we can share a bit more. So no, I can't solve the problem for the event TTM at the moment, because obviously that then becomes overlapping duties with an event organiser. But with our own staff, yes, we certainly are looking at draft hot off the press this morning. I'm reviewing it at the moment, and then it will go through to our health and safety team as well. So yeah, working on it.
The idea is we'll make quite a few cones redundant.
And sorry, I might not have understood all the acronyms and what you were saying in there, but will you go as far as council having their own set of signs, cones and safety traffic management supervisors, where we just provide the service at a much lower cost than $100,000 to the community organisations rather than paying an external contractor?
Not at this point, no. No, this is just looking at the activities that we undertake specifically for our work that we're doing in the road reserve. So it's, my team going out and doing a road inspection, it's the gardeners gardening in the footpaths, it's the drainage and water teams checking a leaking Toby or whatever. It's about making sure that we're not having to have that and a whole heap more signs and cones to undertake those works. But it will evolve.
But is that feasible? Because, it's very easy to go, we don't want to fund traffic management for clubs and organisations anymore, and that will have a detrimental effect to them. But can't we go, we'll still do it, but we'll deliver it a different way so it's cheaper? Or is it, because...
That's the long-term picture. Yeah, at the moment, we're trialling it basically in-house. There are some risks associated with it. You instead of putting signs
Sim
up...
getting out of bed in the morning, Mr Dixon.
Yeah, but the context is scale here.
It's
the scale aspect of it.
Yeah, dare I say it, for our own staff, the risk is acceptable, and we're trialling it first. Then the plan is to roll it out, and the idea is there will be less traffic management requirements, which will reduce the cost. But yeah, that's where we're aiming to get.
But so currently, going back to that budgeted item, if we were to say, hey, we're going to add another 10 grand worth of traffic management cost to the Christmas parade, that's not going to read very well, is it? So I don't think this is something we can touch in the short term as far as that budget. Yeah.
No, and it might be looking at whether or not there is TMPs required for some activities. I'm not from Timaru, I've been here a long time now, but not from here, and it was always a big surprise to me how the Bulls activity here was with the drive-in and having to have the road closures and things because they wanted that line of traffic, but whether or not that's something that is actually required is a conversation that we can start having now under the Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. So, yeah, we're working on it. Walking and cycling contestable fund, that's $100,000 that is available that council funds every year. And
Well, before we jump to that, I do know of a project coming, brewing its little head out in Geraldine, which will require some of that funding. So I think we're just going to be careful about rushing to it. I'm not against reducing it, but I do know that there's ones coming to us soon to request that funding.
Okay, and then just highlighting, I know it's been a favourite social media topic around litter bin maintenance and clearance. Not suggesting we do cut it, but just highlighting that transport spends nearly $110,000 a year just on clearing litter bins on street bins. So it's something that has a true cost.
Sorry, and it's fine it doesn't matter where it sits, but it's odd that actually that contestant ended up here because it was probably likely to go and sit with donations and loans, etc. It doesn't really matter that it's in your budget, but it's interesting that it got there.
So that's just a bit more detail than we provided a few weeks ago on where the gaps are in funding and where the potential savings could be made. And I take on your point, Councillor Booth, we can absolutely make some recommendations on $3 million worth of savings. I won't give it to 5 because that would be a huge level of service change and bring you back those risks. But it's just understanding if there is any discussion or direction from that or any areas that you're keen to see us investigate further.
Discussion is it 3 million or is it 5 million that we want you to come back with in savings?
Keep in mind that to meet the NZTA available funding, it's a $1.2 million operational saving. So if that's the direction I've got from that, and then capital, there was 3.8 million in capital over and above. Is that something that you want to see reduced as well, keeping in mind the long-term impact it will have on your bow waves of renewals coming forward.
This is just a moment in time. We need to do something about cutting costs now. And, hopefully we can re-get things underway again once we've got a balanced sort of set of numbers.
I would just be cautious about, and I understand the rhetoric, but getting things underway again isn't that easy when some of these budgets have been fought for to get in and maintain. Going back to 2012, you made a decision to keep a level of service within roading, and so that's why money was put in. And then you take a step back, you actually might be taking a step back for 5, 6, 7 years to then, get back to where you need to be. Highlighting, we could have just sat on our hands and not, if you look at the adjustments on the rate increases the last few years, a lot of it's been driven around allowing for depreciation. And so we could have sat on our hands and not done that, and then budget would probably balance, or be a lot closer to balancing. But some of the decisions have got us into the hole that we're in because they're actually the right decisions to get there, but the rates haven't kept up with needing to fund those things. So, interesting challenge, but I'd just be cautious of reducing, especially if you line up local government and central government priorities around where central government think we should be spending our money, as in those core services, whether it's what you believe or not. Roading, I think we just have to be careful that we step too far out. That's my thinking.
Well, I guess I'm very conscious of running unbalanced budgets, and while we're doing that, we're loading up future ratepayers with debt. So we've got to stop that, and we've been doing it too long now. So we've got to do something drastic. Unless we do something drastic, such as cut back the capital and cut the OPEX and cut our cloth, because that's what we need to do. Otherwise, we're going to borrow some more money, which our future ratepayers are going to have to pay in the future. And that's what's happened for the last 5 years, to the tune, I would suspect, of between $50 and $70 million. So we've got to stop it. So we've got to get serious. And the only way we're going to do that is actually doing exactly what we're talking about now, in my mind.
Then you've also, I agree with most of what you're saying, but then you're also putting it on future generations in a decade's time when other councils are sitting around here going, what the hell, look at this bow wave of repairs and stuff and replacements and all that, saying, what was that council thinking?
Would you like us to drop in the annual plan? I think Nigel's going to say something. There we go. I'll let Nigel talk.
I think what I've heard is we've got one councillor saying cut the cloth, we've got other councillors saying no way back. So we either cut the cloth or we accept a deficit, and that's the decision you guys have got to make. Sure, we can come back and say, right, this 1.2 million OPEX gap, this is what we will do. And this is what it looks like. While Susie's done the majority of that, we'll just pull it together in a much more concise way to say, here are the things we will pull back on. And then you guys can go yes or no. And I would suggest, if we have another workshop, I'm not sure we need that or not, we will have, I'm thinking out loud here, Miss CFO. We'll have a set of accounts, and everything you put back we'll just add back in, and the deficit will grow. Everything you take out, the deficit will reduce. So we'll do it that way. So effectively, my opinion is if you want us to pull back on that 1.2, then we have to show you where. And then you guys are going to go, yep, we're comfortable with that, or no, we're not.
lining up with those opportunities on fees and charges, metered water, some of those, on a package of opportunities.
You will also get the same from other departments.
What's that, sorry?
You'll also get the same from other departments.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Yeah, we can't toll the state highway, tolling into Temuka. So you did say that I do really love the whole team approach. Because your whole team is, buys in, you can tell that, so it's pretty cool.
Thank you very much.
Cool. So the last big key issue we need to consider and discuss today is the community engagement part of the annual plan process. In the past, depending on the significance or materiality of the changes from whatever year we were considering of the LTP at that time, altered the, I guess, level of engagement or consultation we undertook with the community. The biggest thing to consider is when we define exactly what these changes are, benchmark them against our significance and engagement policy, but then also consider all the legislation that applies to when to consult, how to consult, and to what level. And the biggest thing, I guess, for the councillors is whether you feel comfortable enough not consulting on an issue because you understand the community's views well enough on that particular issue. So yeah, keen to hear any thoughts on what you think needs to be looked at for consultation, what you think is more of a minor issue. Yeah, open floor discussion really.
I'm really keen to consult whether we have to legally or not. I think long-term plan was a year ago. The community's focus was probably on the here and now and the 15%. And they've probably forgotten that 12% was coming the following year. And I just think it's a really good opportunity to get some better understanding around the issues that we're facing and the work we've done to try and fix this.
From Geraldine, I agree. We never consulted on some roses and that stirred up the town, so I think we need to consult on this one. It's quite a big issue, I would think, but it would be good, and I agree with Michelle. It's a good chance to get in front of some people and actually and why we do the things that we do and why and all those sorts of things. Otherwise, that just all goes by the wayside.
Town meetings. We love town meetings. Let's have a couple of those.
Can I ask a couple of questions? We just went through the CapEx and it's basically unchanged. There's only some timing issues. So I don't quite understand what needs to be consulted there. Everyone knows what we're doing. At the moment, the P&L is pretty in line with year 2. We said we'd have a $4.8 million deficit, and even at the worst one of those, bottom line is going to be 4.2. So I'm struggling. What would we consult on? Because we are actually following year 2. Materially, we're following year 2. And also, we're going to be pushed for time here.
Sorry.
So I'm just questioning why we would consult.
Yeah, like if we don't do official consultation, you can do something else anyway, can't you? You see, but roading would be the only one that's, if we were to make some changes there, I think, and if it's level of service, then I think you've got to, yeah.
And just on roading, what would be the question that you would want to answer? Would it be whether to fund the gap or accept a decreased level of service in some areas? Is that how you would like to frame it?
And grade.
I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of it's...
I think that's actually entirely the point. And we did talk about this last year for the LTP, didn't we, about levels of service, and it's never been well understood in the community. So now we need to help the community understand precisely what that looks like, and then when we're talking OPEX, it's the OPEX that is going to impact the level of service, isn't it? So I think it's as much communication and feedback as it is.
And on that point, we are going through other expenses, and last time Parks pulled 200k out of roadside gardening, that came to the point where weeds were growing and no one could tell me what the reason was, but that was the actual reason. And so we changed the level of service, but that wasn't communicated. So if we look through any of that, we come with some savings, there may be some level of service changes that might come out of that.
I mean, there is a spectrum to it, and it all really comes down to A, how significant it is, and B, how much you think that feedback will change the outcomes at the end of the day from the annual plan. By the sounds of it, we won't be diverging massively from year 2, so it does start falling into that informed camp, rather than here's our plan for the next year, what do you think about it? And you'll get people come back generally, you'll get people unhappy about rating. There probably is a degree of you requesting feedback about what people's level of acceptance is when it comes to that decrease of level in transport. And that does seem a biggie, and it does seem something driven by government policy, which is slightly out of our control, so we can turn around and say, do you want us to be in line with government policy, or do you want us to take our own path? That sort of thing. But it does sound quite light touch.
I personally don't think we need to formally consult. I think we consulted last year through the LTP. We're consulting shortly on water, and we'll be out with our community at that stage. And I don't think we need the cost or the staff time on this matter. I really don't. I think there's better use in other ways with staff and money than rather to go out when we're not diverging
Maybe
that
we
much.
take that water opportunity to have those community conversations.
I mean, we'll see them with the water.
Waimedi and Mackenzie, are they lining up with the LTPs for water? So they're doing water, or are they separate, do you know?
So this year, Waimedi's doing their LTP, so they're consulting on that, which is effectively in plan. I think they're going to do water separate.
Oh, yeah.
What I'd be concerned about is, and we've only looked at roading so far, I would be concerned of the optics if we just went out and went, oh, here's how we can save some money and let's cut roading. Because that's probably one of the things that everyone wants us to maintain. So it'll be, I feel like we can't really make this decision until we see what other changes everyone's going to come up with. Well, we can't really make these decisions on whether to consult or not. I hear what Sally's saying, and I tend to agree. Yeah, how dramatic we go. We haven't got there yet. All we've looked at is roading so far.
I think the question you have to ask yourself is at that macro governance level, though, is that will you as governors provide the organisation with the resources to provide services at a certain level? If not, staff will have to go away and cut the cloth, so to speak. So, I mean, at the end of the day, your control comes down to pulling the fiscal lever, and that's kind of it as far as your decision. You're not down at that operational level, pulling out individual sort of tiles from stuff. And it's looking at that community acceptability of things like road plots and roads. And at the end of the day, roads are a big part of the budget. That's why they do get focus.
I kind of understand what you're saying.
Isn't that the whole point of this exercise and the consultation? We go, this is what 12% looks like, And this is what 8% looks like. And this is what impact 8% rate increase has. And so then the community understand what the level of service or changes are between sticking at 12 and going down to 8. And people go, I'm happy with 8. And we go, okay, you understand, we're making it 8. Isn't that the whole point of it?
I sort of agree, but it's only 8 months since we went out with this LTP. And, you know.
And for the last 8 months, we've been saying we do not want it to be at 12%.
Well,
So
no,
go away and
not-
make sure it's under.
Not for 8
It's
months.
single figures.
Not for 8 months, because we actually signed it off only in June. I mean, if it was for if we were saying that for 8 months, we should never have signed it off. We should have said,
didn't
no,
want to."
we're not signing this, let's actually change it.
We tried to, but we were on a train that did not stop.
I think that we should be actually consulting on the fact that they want to continue for us to run unbalanced budgets and borrow and not the ratepayers not fully fund and leave the debt for the future, because that's what we're doing. Well, they understand that we're not taking enough money in to actually pay our bills, and we're borrowing money to pay operational expenses, which is actually my favourite girlfriend, Prudence. It's not very prudent, and it's very clear in the Local Government Act, as it is in our financial strategy, that actually that's not the right thing to do, and we need to stop it. So we should be asking our ratepayers, do they want us to carry on borrowing money for the future just to pay their operational expenses?
I think you're a meeting too early, personally. I think if you had made decisions, yes, we're going to cut the additional money we're putting into roading, yes, consult. But at the moment, you haven't made that decision. You've asked us to come back. Secondly, when we do come back, even without making the cuts to your roading budget, I think we can meet the LTP bottom line. And then I think we've really got to get ourselves in a much, much stronger position to go out and consult on the real big issues that we are facing, which I don't think we're in fit state for that yet.
No, the only real thing that we need to consult on this year is order. And I mean, if we can drive, let's see where we get to as far as the numbers. Because if we go, well, actually, we've brought that 12 to a 9, we might be comfortable with that, and then you don't consult, you just inform, and there'll be people that are happy and there'll be people that are unhappy, and you move on forward, but you've still got a number to fund the operations.
For year one of year two of an LTP, but the first year after the adoption of the LTP, it would be fairly normal to do that light touch reform stuff. But again, it all hangs on the resources you wish to provide the organisation at the end of the day, and what we can do at our end. But it's when we meet in the middle and what that level of service looks like, that's where it really hangs on at the end of the day.
And I think 3 years ago, we just went on the number that was in the LTP, which was 4.9. I think we just committed to that, made it work, and that was it.
Yeah, so in 22-23, you did basically the equivalent of an inform. So it was a information publication that went out with the Courier to say, here's what we're doing, it's not deviating too much, but here are the changes, because there are always going to be changes in an organisation like that.
But we hadn't made any changes around the rate number. I think it was the same.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, even if you inform or if you consult, it's more about making you all comfortable with the decision that you're going to make when you adopt this document on the, hopefully, 24th of June.
Interesting enough, public would probably rather than stay informed than have consultation, because they don't believe that consultation will get them anywhere, so they'd rather have the information. Because they don't trust one process over another.
They'll tell you what they think, no matter what approach we take.
Yeah, no matter
because we
what.
always do request feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
And we'll
that
still
level-
have to throw a day of hearings, I assume, to listen,
no,
will we,
I
or
mean,
not?
with an
We
inform,
have
it's
that.
just they submit. We
Oh,
can have hearings if you want, but
Yeah.
the formality kind of drops down. the
Yeah,
level
if someone,
drops
okay,
down.
if someone requests it, they love public
But
forum.
it's you being confident, you know, because at the end of the day, you guys around the table are the sole decision makers. It's just making sure you are making decisions informed by what you think the public thinks.
It's just, I don't think we need to go to the consultation process we did last year, but I think a couple of, like, just days, like a day in Geraldine or a day in there, that we can still come in and people can ask a question, give them some feedback. It's more of an awareness thing of this is what's happening. I'd be happy with that. I mean, I don't think we need to go to a full consultation like we did last year of going to farmers markets and all that sort of stuff. I mean, just a couple of drop-ins, I'd be happy with that.
And lead the narrative in the local rags.
Cool, okay, so, on that note. So these are the next steps in this process. We will be bringing a report to you at the 1st of April council meeting in a couple of weeks. That will include all of those attachments. The bottom one, obviously, will have options for level of consultation if something comes up in the next 2 weeks that then requires a higher level of consultation with the community. Then we do already have some time scheduled out for an information/feedback/consultation period. We already had a hearing day set aside, as we do every year, so that would be an opportunity for anyone who wants to come and speak to council, they're able to do so. And then, all going to plan, 24th of June, we will have our 25-26 annual plan adopted. Any questions or specific requests moving forward?
So just after today, we sort of made, those 10% and blah, 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 fees and charges. So will we be having another workshop before the 1st of April to go over that level of detail, or?
We don't have one scheduled in, however, there is time next Tuesday available with no other council meetings currently booked in. If something comes up that could potentially significantly impact the dollars.
I think if we have another workshop, which may be the right thing to do, personally, I don't think you'll meet the 1st of April, because Tuesday the 25th and the 1st of April was the Tuesday after.
And the papers are run on a Thursday.
And the papers are run on the 27th. So if we think we need another workshop, then maybe we run a workshop either next week or on the 1st to actually tidy things up and then bring them back to you. More or less just about done in May, the May council meeting. And but they're not, they may, if we believe the consultations are required, but you're going to have the process of inviting people in to talk. Yeah.
Yep, I mean, we can, an informed process, there's no statutory timelines or that sort of thing. It's just making sure you are comfortable with the opportunity you're giving the public to give their feedback to you.
I agree with Stacey, giving us all of that information at a council meeting to make decisions on, it's not good. We need another workshop, because we wouldn't have seen any of those activity statements prior to then.
Just noting it's not the final decision though on these things, it's the direction of travel. At the end of the day, it's what we then write into the you give us the indications that we then go right into the annual plan, which is presented for sign-off.
Are we expecting any more documents like Susie's from other group managers or areas through council?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's what we've asked for today.
I think if we are going to get more documents like Susie's today, then we need time to be able to read them and digest.
I guess the other thing,
Really has to be transparent
Yeah.
with other departments where the savings can be made.
Yeah, most of the other would be their FIS statement with writing beside it, because Susie's a bit different to the others because you've got that NZTA mix in those categories. NZTA says you have to do where the others don't have that. This is what we do. This is what we believe it costs. This is where we can make changes, and this is what the level of service may or may not do. Yeah. Yeah.
for us to run the model, we'll need an indicative rates increase to be able to generate the FIS statements and to be able to give you the information from a rates impact perspective. And I guess, and I think, you know, in obviously a workshop, you know, that's not something that you can direct us to do. But to actually run a model, we need some kind of, you know, guidance as to what that might look like, because that's obviously going to, when you run the model, it's actually going to then say, well, actually, these are the impact on these particular activities. Now, if we make savings here, then that particular rate's going to drop. Those kind of scenarios as well.
All that, and then we'll get some amps with some commentary to the side with some dollars, and good to go. So we've got some, we do have some, we're a bit tight at this time, but we've got a little bit at the other end. So if we change those 3 weeks inform rather than 4 weeks consult, we can.
These processes are always slightly tight by their nature. It's just the joy of local government. But I mean, we're trying to take as much time with you as possible to make you as informed as possible. But at the end of the day, there is a hard deadline on these things because strike the rates. We don't have to be audited, which is the big blessing in the annual plan process rather than the long-term process. But I mean, it's down to how massively you are deviating from year 2 of the long-term plan, which at the end of the day, that's the kind of North Star for the council officers.
Can we just be clear where Nigel said with commentary? But that commentary can't just say, we'll save money if we reduce pool opening hours. We need to know the dollars as well.
Have the data versus users across a library, a museum. In theory, that data should all be there.
There has to be an
I
operation.
was just using that as an example,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Can I test another way of doing this? Is if we come up with a P&L at 8% that is within the LTP that we set, 4.8 deficit, would that save a lot of time? Because if we come up with all these statements and you've got absolutely no desire or willingness to move, say, I don't know, the opening hours or something, aren't we sort of wasting our time? And that's the sort of thing I want to test, because what I don't want to do is put everyone through a lot of work only for it to come here and go, nah, we haven't got the appetite for that. Whereas we can test the SLT really hard to say, what do we believe that you guys would really accept?
And I think that's a good way of doing it. but it's really important for us to understand
Yeah.
what we're approving and what's not in there and what is in there.
Because it's the same with what Rosie just showed with roading. Susie, sorry. Did I say Rosie? Okay, with Susie, I didn't get a feel for appetite to move that stuff. You say, we'll go and test it, but quite frankly, you're going, no, we have to do the potholes, we have to do this, so effectively...
Cut the cycleways is probably where it would be, but...
So what we need to do is really test ourselves to say what's palatable to the community and what's palatable to the councillors to actually to do.
I think we just want to be all on the same page, so there's no surprises, and then in 6 months' time, we get a reduced level of service, and they say, well, actually, you cut that. It's like, oh, did we? We've only seen the high-level numbers, so we don't know.
That's what we need to understand.
Yeah. Keen to do that. We'll give it a crack.
Cool. Good bit of rain, though. Eh? What else have we got to do? Anything else? Is that it? Oh, just getting warmed up. Alrighty, thank you for that. So that's us logging off. We're all done there.